Thank you. You may be seated, please. You all agree with me that for us to start anything, it's always advisable we start with God first. So to lead us in the Christian prayer, please, ladies and gentlemen, let's make a welcome. No other person but Chief Chukwuemeka Ezife, former governor Anambra. Please, a round of applause.
Distinguished guests, let's pray. Oh God, our heavenly Father, Nigerians are looking now only up to you. You have all the powers, you have all the knowledge. Save us. Save Nigeria. Save Nigeria for Africa and for the world. Guide us in our deliberations. Let us know which way is possible and which way can lead to this story. God, we thank you for guiding people who came here. Guide our discussion. Put ideas in our minds. Ideas for good. Ideas to sustain Nigeria. Praise Jesus.
Very quickly for the Islamic prayers, let's welcome Alhaji Balarabe Rufa for the Islamic prayers. A round of applause, please.
من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم اهدنا الصراط المستقيم اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم. We pray to Allah Almighty to guide us in this discussion. Ethnic group. Welcome.
I would love to introduce the lead MC for this event. But before I do that, permit me to she's a political party and 2 decades, political empowerment expert, especially on women, youth, and persons with disabilities issues, a master in corporate governance, doctoral scholar in public policy with specialization in global leadership and administration. She's a former director general and CEO of People's Democratic Institute. So in the University of North Carolina, USA, the director of advancement of the International Institute of African Scholars, a chartered consultant administrator professional licensing in consulting, former chairperson of IPAC, so a consultant to UC and several other organizations. Ladies and gentlemen, we almost let's take welcome Admin Chin I who is also the pastor of our nation.
Thank you very much. We will start this proceeding with the reports to understand where we're coming from and why we're here. According to Pope Francis, he said, it is now more than ever necessary that political leaders be outstanding for honesty, integrity, and commitment to common good, quote unquote. Also, I know a renowned scientist, Albert Einstein, said peace cannot be kept by force. It can only be achieved by understanding. For these quotes, I would like to introduce, not personally now, but to just let everyone here know. According to the organizers, everybody on the high table representing ethnic nationalities are all co-chair at this event. I can see there are personalities in this hall, former governors, former ministers, senators. As they are called up to speak, there will be proper introduction. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning, and welcome to Youth Off the Streets Initiative on Nigeria's 2023 Presidential Transition Interethnic Dialogue, with the theme Restructuring and 2023 Power Shift, Nigeria's make or break for political survival. Distinguished delegates to this event, it is no gainsaying that Nigeria is bedeviled with all manner of ills, ranging from Boko Haram in the northeast to farmers' headers that clash in the north central. We have IPOB in the southeast. We have other sensationalist group. Every day our streets are flooded with blood. Just yesterday, we woke up to the rude shock of the murder of former political advisor to the president. Some of us may know him. He's now late, Ahmed Gula. Many others have been murdered on our streets. Therefore, improvement on the leaders of this country to speak now or keep quiet forever. That is the essence of why we are here. In addition, ladies and gentlemen, proper welcome will be done by the chief organizer of this event. I want to lay background to what we are here to achieve today. I want to pray each and every one of you not to be in a hurry to leave the hall. We will not waste your time on doing it. God, the one who gathered us here today is no other than the UC president and CEO. He is an activist, a social entrepreneur, a humanitarian, a youth advocate, one who lived in the United States for a good number of years and returned to make impact, especially to take use of the street. He has foundations and charities all over the place. He will do the proper welcome and to tell us why we're here. Ladies and gentlemen, let's jam our hands as we welcome Comrade Kennedy Erie, President Yossi.
Thank you, everyone. Good morning to you once again. I want to thank you all for coming here. I will start by saying I'm overwhelmed by the number of dignitaries who actually graced this occasion. I don't know where to start and I don't know where to end, but I have to start somewhere and also end somewhere. About 11 months ago, we decided to embark on this journey. It was like a fruitless journey. Sorry, please. I just allow them to finish. It was like a fruitless journey. A journey that was intended towards convening and converging ethnic nationalities to have a national conversation in a political era where those who ought to talk are not talking. And where people refuse to talk, matters are made worse. And where matters become worse, chaos takes over. And wherever you have chaos, you have death. And if you have mass killings uncontrolled, you have a civil war. We are here because it is time to speak up. We are actually living on a borrowed time. For those of us who understand soccer, after 19 minutes, you have extra time. And that is the time we are in Nigeria today. I want to thank my uncle. We are very sorry we lost the former presidential advisor. But I tell you, we lose a lot of people we classify as the unimportant every day. When they die, nobody knows. When they die, nobody cares. Before, it was Monday, probably yesterday. So many persons on daily basis were being murdered, and nobody cares. By the grace of God, I run the biggest youth foundation in Africa. And the agenda we have is to take them off the streets. This is what we have done for so many years, and we are still doing this. But the reason we brought us together here is to make one last effort before we get to a point of no return. Don't take this for a joke. People have asked me, people thought President Buhari gave me money to do all this that we are doing. A lot of people, including a lot of our fathers here, who are people of integrity, will ask me, my son, we want to know who is financing you, who is financing these projects. But I tell you that when God gives you a cause, He makes a way. We can do 1 million of this, and people will keep wondering, is it Tinubu? Is it Atiku? The truth of the matter is that I don't even speak with them. For they that want to make change, they are committed to that cause. And what drives me is passion. 11 months, people will ask, you left America, you've been. I have gone to some places at a point in time, I will be scared for my life. I have traveled some narrow roads. On some narrow roads, at a point in time, I'll be afraid. And I want you to know that all of the ethnic nationalities here seated, I have been to them in their territories. Over the past 11 months, I have navigated, I have traveled all across the 6 geopolitical zones. I have gone to these places at times 4 times. And finally, we are here to speak the truth to power, to speak the truth to ourselves. And I can tell you, take my word for it, not a threat. If we don't discuss something here and make reasonable progress here, 2023 is too far. What will happen will be like, but the reality indeed, that everyone. We call it on everyone who loves this country. We call it on everyone who cares about this country. To kill into what we want to come up with today. We've had several conferences that led nowhere. We didn't take all the risks we took. We didn't make all the sacrifices we took just for us to come here, discuss, present a communique. No, we're taking one step further. There must be an action. There must be an action committee. And that's what we want to come up with here. So that we can overthrow a system that has been entrenched to actually make us a people without direction. The system under which we operate is not working until we have an egalitarian society that offers equal rights, opportunities, privileges, and any kinds of social welfare to all citizens. A system where when a child dies, from a family that lives above the average standard of life. The life of that child, the loss of that child, will be the pain of losing that child will be felt. But not only when a former presidential advisor dies, a former governor dies, a former senator dies, a former president dies. No, these things I'm telling you, I have told all the Nigerian presidents who are still alive. Any man that has served in this country as a president that is alive, I have met them during this talk. And I knew what I asked them, and I knew what I told them. It doesn't take 1 million people to make a change. At times, it can just be 5 determined people. If there are people you must not joke with, there are determined people who are willing to lose everything, but to rewrite history. And I want to believe we have those people here. I want to thank you for coming here. And I pray that God will lead you all safely. And I pray we should be able to come together and make this whole project work and make peace reign. And let us have a united Nigeria like that we have never had, until we have a just and equitable federal republic that works for all, in the interest of all, for the welfare of all, for the peace of all, for the happiness of all, for the emancipation of all. Then we must be classified as the most miserable people. The last thing I want to say here is this. The reason we are here is to overthrow a system that has never worked for us. Our agenda is to ensure we return Nigeria to a state where we all can be happy and be truly united. That is why you have that restructuring. The second one is to stop politicians from messing up with us, playing on our insulting our intelligence. We need to stop them from sitting where they are sitting down and claiming that they own all of us. Are you aware that the problems that have overwhelmed us, the people behind these problems, they are not up to 0.000009%? Yes. You remember when they published ACO? About 20 million Nigerians, all over 5 trillion. That is a good photo. God bless you. Thank you, everyone.
Very free. This initiative is indeed laudable, channels and apps. We thank you. Another round of applause. Keeping on also information. This very event is also having Zoom audience. For those who want to connect to Zoom that are outside, the meeting ID is 8162628425, 8156262845, and the passcode is 310521. Also, please, for us to be focused, I want to pray and crave your indulgence that you put your phone on silence. And also, if you fail to use the restroom, you have to step aside to my left. Thank you very much. I just wanted us to hear from the man who called us here. We have heard from him. And let me very quickly remind us that this is a joint facilitation of ethnic nationalities, international and national NGOs that have facilitated this program. Invited personalities on behalf of ethnic nationalities, Arewa Consultative Forum Asia, Fenifere Group, Council of Elders, Northern Elders Forum, NDF, Middle Belt Forum, NDF, Pan Niger Delta, Middle Forum, SNDF, and National Consultative Forum. We have the head of representative address the theme of this very event. Before I call up the presentation, let me identify a few personalities that are here, but in no particular order, please. His Excellency CEO Adebayo, former governor of Kwara State. He's a senator and former minister of communication. Dr. S.D. Gali, CON, former deputy governor of Taraba State. Honorable Gali Kumanaba, CFR, former speaker of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. I see Malvike, and that of Health, Federal Republic of Nigeria. Dr. Kunle Olajide, Secretary General, Yoruba Council of Elders. His Excellency Dr. Olusegun Mimiko, former minister, former governor of Ondo State. We have the Interparty Advisory Council Chairman, Dr. Leonard Nzemwa, that's Chairman of IPAC. Former governor of Anambra State, he prayed for us, Dr. Chukwemeke Zife Okwadike, Commander of the Honor. Professor Patu Tommy is a household name. He's also here. Mazi Sa Uwaguma, President, Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, is in our midst. His High Excellency, Chief Mrs. Oforola Bokno, former Deputy Governor of Lagos State, is in our midst. We have also a house of name, Chief Femi Fani-Kayode, former Minister of Education. Zeosi Chukwu is here, he's former National Vice Chairman of People's Democratic Party. Senator Basi Ewa Henshaw, former Chairman of NDDC, we welcome you. The head of Yoruba Nation just walked in, Chief Ayo Adebanjo. We'll be able to do proper introduction to the Thank you very much. Distinguished delegates to this event. Good messages before we take the presentations. Right. Please, former speaker, Right Honorable Galinava, please come to the high table. Before we proceed, I'd like to mention that it is not omission that the organizers did not invite any political party, whether ruling or not. They just invited the body governing all political parties, that is the Party Advisory Council, to this event. This is because any political decision can only be implemented by political parties. So this very event is highly apolitical. There's no political affiliation to this event. We're only discussing the situation of this country. One thing that unites us at this point in time is security challenges. It has no language at all. It's speaking all languages. The essence, like the organizer said, is for us to achieve peace. John, at the end of this very, let me call to the microphone former Minister of Aviation, Femi Fani-Kayode, to address this audience. Chief, please. special goodness.
Please. Okay, please, we are live. So, leave.
We're sorry, we just want to welcome one of our elder statesmen. He's using the restroom, and the upcoming leader of Yoruba Nation as well, Chief FFK wants us to welcome the head of the Yoruba Nation. So don't think we're having communication issue here. We just want Papa to walk in and sit down. He just celebrated his 90th birthday last month. Or 94, sorry, 94, 93 years. I'm flew all the way from Lagos to attend this event. We still use as much, if not 93. While we're waiting, the president of Nigerian Women Leaders Council, Chief Mrs. Felicia Sam, is in our midst. She's also the president of Nigerian Market Women Association. Madam, you're welcome with your group. While else on the table stepped out to receive Chief Adebanjo, Ayo Adebanjo. Restructuring and 2023 power shift. That means rotational presidency. Tony, turn by turn. Nigeria wants the proverbial national cake. So this very conversation is important. Chief Mrs. Felicia Sam, please come to the high table. President, Nigerian Market Women Association. Chief Mrs. Betty Ibrahim, National Woman Leader Pandel. Madam, welcome to the event. Madam. You will quite agree with me that for an event of this magnitude, we have the right audience. We really thank you. I join the organizers to thank you for sparing time to be at this event. The topic is hot on the border. And it's causing a lot of agitations, as we have earlier said. It is time to move our nation forward. Wisdom is profitable to direct, according to the Holy Book. Get wisdom, get understanding, that's what it says. It simply means that a wise man is that man who fixes his boots before the storm comes. We have all agreed that we're sitting on the edge. And we cannot continue like this as a nation. A nation with about 200 million population. There is no country around us that can afford to take us in if we are displaced. But some of the countries are even less than 2 million in population. May God forbid another civil war. Announcing the arrival of the head of the Yoruba nation, Chief Radical Progressives, a lawyer, an elder statesman, a patriot, by instruction, whose voice has been resonating in Nigerian politics since the 20th century to the 21st century. He was a Zikist, also an Awoism. He has seen it all in politics. And he is here today to grace this occasion. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for him. You're welcome, sir. He came in, the former governor, deputy governor of Lagos State, Her Excellency Chief Mrs. Governor. Please also join other women. We can now call. We're waiting for you. Please mind the back so that we don't have any domestic accident. Please, two ushers, can you come behind here to guide? Yeah, one here and one there, please. Chief Advocacy, before you came in, we had already invited Chief Femi Fanikayobe to give this audience his special goodwill message, and he's seated here. Chief Advocacy, your time now. It's a round of applause for Chief Femi Fanikayobe.
Blessed be the name of the Most High God. God who I am and God who serve. Blessed be his name forever. I give him the glory and I give him the praise in all things, in all ways, for he is power and he is strength. Nothing is without him, and with him is everything. Glory and honor and praise be unto his name forever. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen. I pray the indulgence of those around me to please try and keep as quiet as possible. When I speak, I'm very sensitive to noise. Thank you very much. First of all, let me acknowledge the organizers of this great event and those seated on the high table, each and every one of them. It is not expected of me to begin my little contribution without waiting for the entry of our great leader from the Southwest, Papa Ayode Banjo. And all the rest that are with him, the Afenifere team, who we are proudly part of as people of the Southwest and Yoruba people. I also acknowledge the presence of all the other elders, Dr. Olajide, the Yoruba Council of Elders, all the leaders here, PANDEF, all the various groups that are represented on the high table, those seated in the audience that are highly placed and highly respected in this very, very distinguished gathering of Nigerians. I come here wearing two hats. The first one is my own, which I proudly wear. And of course, let me also, acknowledge the presence of Dr. Ezefe, who has been a great institution and one of those that has spoken so well over the years. I wear my own hat today, but quite apart from that, I've been asked to convey a very brief message from my friend and brother, Chief Sunday Adeyemo, better known as Sunday, who would have been here. I gather he was invited, he couldn't come, but he asked me to convey his appreciation for the invitation and to also express his support for this initiative, and also to let the world know that the things that we discuss and decide here and the contributions that are made are something that he's very excited about. And he, as I've always said, and Baba is here with us now, our father, together with our elders. You'll crave my indulgence. You'll crave my indulgence to be able to say that we in the Southwest are very proud of this man. We're very proud of him because he exhibits the courage that every son of the Southwest has hidden within. We are a people that are slow to anger, but we are irresistible in battle. And Sunday Igboho represents that tendency. He has his views, strong views, and he's entitled to those views. Not everybody shares those views, but he's a man that has captured the imagination of the Yoruba nation, and he's a man that listens to the elders at all times and acknowledges them and never goes against their counsel, which makes him extraordinary in many ways. So he said I should convey his goodwill message to you. And of course, we have other leaders in the Southwest, people like Ghanaians, who I'm sure is very happy with this gathering. But most importantly, our leaders here, I'm very happy and honored and privileged to say a few words before him and before each and every one of you. Now, let me speak for myself. And my views are very clear, are very simple, and really don't need too much enunciation because over the years I've made them very clear. But I will say this, in my view, we've got to a point in this country where we need to stop just talking and we need to start doing. What we are facing today, or rather what we are faced with, is nothing less than war knocking at our gate. Every single ethnic nationality in this country, without exception, is tooling up. When I say tooling up, that's what the British say. But here we say they are arming themselves, preparing for what may lie ahead, which nobody wants. And it is for us to try our very best to avoid going over that cliff edge. We've come here to talk about ethnic nationalities, restructuring 2023, and so on and so forth. These are great concepts and important ideas. But the overwhelming majority of the people in this country, particularly the younger ones, in the Southwest, in the Southeast, in the Middle Belt, in parts of the core North itself, are no longer talking about these issues. They're not interested in 2023. They're decreasingly interested in restructuring. Many of them, I dare say most of them, are now talking about separation. They're talking about leaving the Federation. And they're talking about referendums and self-determination. Now that is the reality of today, which most Nigerians and most Nigerian politicians refuse to acknowledge, particularly those in our age group and older. They refuse to acknowledge it. But that is the reality. Now that does not mean to say that that is a position that we need to adopt. What it means is that we need to acknowledge it, respect it, and begin to work hard to ensure that they simply talk about it and they do not go into the mode of saying we will enforce it by the force of arms. We have been pushed to the edge. The policies of this government over the last 5 years, which has resulted in nothing but carnage, killing, mass murder, ethnic cleansing of our people, has pushed us to the edge. There's no way of sugarcoating that. People feel aggrieved, wounded, hurt. People feel as if they are slaves. People feel as if they don't matter. They're second and third class citizens. And I might add, it is not just the people of the South that feel this. It is not just the people of the Middle Belt that feel this. There are millions in the core North itself that feel this as well. Zamfara State, over 300 people killed per day up until very recently. Other parts of the North, Northeast, Northwest is on fire. The other day in Zamfara, an MDF palace was burnt to the ground simply because the people were fed up that they were being slaughtered by mainly foreign Fulani terrorists. I will not dignify them by calling them Fulani herdsmen. I will call these foreign barbarians that have come to kill our people in the core North, in the Middle Belt, in the forests and the streets of the Southwest, in the Southeast, in the South-South. I will call them Fulani, foreign Fulani terrorists. That is what they are. That is what they do. In some parts they call them bandits. In others they call them herdsmen. I call them terrorists. And they are terrorists fighting against the Nigerian state. But whatever it is you feel about Nigeria, whether you're an integrationist and you believe in Nigeria and you're entitled to that view, or whether you believe in restructuring, a great view, or whether you believe in separation or whatever it is, at the end of the day, we must remember this, that as at today, we are first and foremost Nigerians. And it is incumbent on every single one of us to stand against the foreign threat. Hundreds of thousands of them come through our borders as a consequence of the weakness of this government. They come through our borders and slaughter our people. They slaughter the people in the Southeast. Just look at what is happening there. Up until today, This nation, which has its own challenges, has not seen fit to apologize to those people for what we did to them in the Civil War. And I make no apology for holding that point of view. Where you have over 3 to 5 million people slaughtered in the space of 3 years, 1 million of them children. Where a young Jewish boy called Bruce Mayrock in New York City burns himself alive in front of the United Nations building simply because he saw what was happening to the Biafrans during the Civil War, what we did to them. Where you have a man like Steve Jobs, the man that founded Apple, the last CEO of Apple, one of the biggest companies in the world, saying, renouncing his Christian faith, simply because of what he saw happening in Biafra. And where you have a man like Bernard Kouchner, who was the foreign minister of France up until not too long ago, 3 years ago, who was actually here during the Civil War, working for the Red Cross. And he said from what he saw, as a consequence of what he saw in that war, he resigned from the Red Cross, set up Médecins Sans Frontières, and he now established that organization, which is the biggest organization in wartime, for wartime casualties in the world today. People don't know this, and yet here we are as Nigerians, hoping for things to be better, and yet we refuse to acknowledge what we did. Well, that blood is everywhere now. I'm sorry if I've said things that may sound offensive, if I've said things that may not be too nice, if I've said things that are not making people comfortable here today. But that blood is being spread everywhere now, and we've done nothing. Because here we are today, bombing the forests of the Southeast with our Air Force, killing young people, simply because they want to exercise their right to self-determination, or better still, they're calling for referendum. Here we are in the Southwest, allowing foreign Fulanis to flood our forests and slaughter our people morning, day and night. The leader of Advocacy, the beloved Advocacy, who we all belong to as Yoruba people, our leader, our past leader, Baba Fashion, his own daughter was slaughtered. We've had our traditional rulers slaughtered. We've had our children slaughtered, our women raped, our farms taken over. That is what we have experienced. And we speak from a position of rage. If our elders and our leaders speak in a peaceful tone, it's because they're civilized men. And it's because they believe in the power of restraint. And they believe in order. And they don't want war. But the young men are angry. Very, very angry. And it's not just the Southwest. Look at the Niger Delta. And I acknowledged yesterday that our father, Ike Clark, was 94 years old, I believe. I acknowledged that today. I should have mentioned that in the beginning. Congratulations to him. And we thank God for his life because he's seen it all. Look at what is happening there. Look at what has been happening there over the years. Rape, pillage, murder, carnage, domination, and all sorts of evil visited upon these people. And yet they've taken it, even though they are the groups that laid the golden egg. You go to the Middle Belt, hardly any identity left. Hardly any identity left. Forced to speak a language that is not theirs. Forced to forget that they had a history of their own. Forced to bow and tremble before those that were never part of them. And now in the midst comes these foreign Fulanis again, fighting them, killing them, slaughtering them, and they hardly ever fight back. I will never forget 2016, Christmas, Kaduna State, in southern Kaduna, 800 people, Christmas Eve and Christmas Day, 800 people, including women and children, were massacred by these foreigners in their homes, and nothing happened. Not one of them was arrested, and since then it has gone from bad to worse. But now you go to the corners itself where I started. It is just as bad, if not worse, for the poor masses in those areas who are being killed on a daily basis, and whose leaders and whose elders can do next to nothing about it. So I feel for Nigeria. We all feel for Nigeria, and we all pray for Nigeria. But let me say this. If the Nigerian, the people like Baba Debanjo and Baba Olaito and Baba Ike Clark and our elders from the north and the middle belt, and there are so many of them, Dr. Chan and so many others, if that Nigeria does not present a platform whereby we are equal in every way before God and before the law, that Nigeria cannot be sustained. There are many, many good people in the Cornwall. Many of them, I know many of them. Bala Mohammed, the governor of Bauchi. You go to Zamfara, Matawale is there. The Sultan himself, a good man, who has reached out in many ways to bring peace, and who is also crying out for justice and crying out for decency and crying out on behalf of his people. We have many like that in the core north. We have in the middle belt people like the governor of Kogi and so many others who are trying their very best. And we have those that are restrained and are also crying in private. And this goes across party lines. All over the north, people are crying and they are suffering as well. So it's not just us. But the bottom line is this: the philosophy and the belief that this can go on and nothing will happen is one that has no basis, has no rationality, has no decency, and has no sanity. Because it will go on and it will take us into a situation that none of us wish to be in. Let me end with this. And this is very, very important. We must not lose sight of the fact that even though we have issues to discuss, restructuring, 2023 power shift, how we will get on with one another to make a better country for ourselves, and how we will reach out to those that no longer belong, that believe in this country, to keep them abroad for as long as we can. That's one issue. But the greatest problem that we're faced with, I say it again, is the influx and the invasion of these foreigners that want us to kill one another, that want to come in to pick up the pieces, and that are being guided and funded and supported by the great powers on this earth. Believe it or not, the same forces, the same people that supported ISIS and ISIL in Syria are the ones behind this. The same people that supported Al-Qaeda when the Russians were in control of Afghanistan are the ones behind this. The same people that once supported the Taliban are the ones funding and the ones behind this. They are the same people, the same forces. And what they want is to turn our nation into a theater of war. It is incumbent upon every single Nigerian, no matter what you believe, no matter where you come from, no matter your religious faith, to resist this and to come together and to say, no, we may have our differences, we may disagree, we may not even like each other so much, but at the end of the day, we will not go into war. We will stand together, we will resolve our problems on the basis of peace, equity, justice, and equality. Once we can do that, then I believe there's hope. Without that, I'm sorry to say, ladies and gentlemen, there can be no hope and there will be no hope. May God guide us, may He lead us, may He protect us, may He defend our nation, and may He protect our elders and our leaders and keep them healthy and strong. God be with you, and God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
The conversation has set out. Before we invite other special goodwill messages, we have two personalities to join us from the Zoom audience, all the way from Los Angeles, United States of America, is the chairman of Igbo World Assembly, Dr. Nwachukwu Anapenze. Zoom, please. Please, for want of time, special goodwill messages, we have slated between 3 to 5 minutes. Thank you for your cooperation. While the Zoom is linking up, we recognize former Minister of Women Affairs, former National Woman Leader of People's Democratic Party, Iyon Barrister Josephine Anene. She is also a President General of Nizikata Iyomibu. Welcome, ma'am. Dr. Valentine Zibo is former Group Chief Executive Officer and President of where we are seated here, Transcorp Building. already introduced Dr. Lucia Mimiko, His Excellency, former governor of Ondo State. So are we ready? Okay. Do we have Dr. Machukwane present now?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Wonderful. I'm Dr. Nwachukwu Kwenze. I'm the chairman of Igbo World Assembly, organization of Igbos all over the diaspora, 57 countries. I'm a medical doctor in America, trained in medicine. I also was trained in a master's in public health and master's in business administration. I'm on no Bagana, like the deputy king or the prime minister. So I'm very much involved.
If you can amplify your voice, we will appreciate it. And
I can
also
hear
Zoom,
you.
please add volume.
Oh, what did you say about my voice?
Yes, amplify your voice, sir. Go
Okay,
ahead.
okay, I will try. On behalf of Igbo World Assembly, we welcome all the Nigerian leaders here today, the ministers, the governors, all the chiefs from all the different various ethnic groups. We are happy that you're here to discuss the burning issues in our Nigerian today. Our mission is actualization of Nigerian agenda and youth empowerment. Igbo World Assembly is working to improving lives through collective efforts with our stakeholders. We always believed, Igbo people always believed the true democracy and freedom is what we want for all Nigerians and Africa as a whole. Our history shows very clearly that Ndi Igbo stood for democracy and fair play for all. We do not believe in or promote religious-based politics or ideology or violence. We want a Nigeria where the majority's right is balanced with the minority right. We want a Nigeria where the various ethnic groups feel that they have a stake in the future of the country. We envision a Nigeria where leadership is based on ability to work hard, where fairness reigns with a sense of direction and accountability to all the various groups of Nigerians for the common good of the country. We envision a Nigeria where people can vote and be voted for. No ethnic groups owns Nigeria. No ethnic groups own any other ethnic group in Nigeria. Ndi Igbo with presidential power, an Igbo person with presidential power will be more willing to share power and positions with other various ethnic groups in a fair and equitable manner. We are the only group that can do it more than any other. Others can do it. We just want what is our fair share. We're not looking for more than that. We like to work as a teamwork. Nobody can carry the ball from one goalpost to goalpost. You need to play like a team, work with all the various groups to bring out the best in our country. We do not believe in taking people's land by force. If we purchase land, we do it legally. We don't kidnap, rape women, kill innocent people. We respect local leaders and authorities. We pay taxes wherever we live as Igbo people, in Nigeria and everywhere. We believe deeply in meritocracy, not mediocrity. We want excellence. We are egalitarians by nature. We believe that people are equal, in principle equal, and should enjoy the same social, political, economic rights and opportunities. We do not believe in murdering, attacking people and visitors in our midst. Ndi Igbo are among the most welcoming people, hospitable, tolerable, freedom-loving people on earth. That's why when we are in the midst of anybody, a visitor will break the kola nut, which is a symbol of friendship, universal brotherhood. Nigeria at this point needs certain things done very quickly. We've been saying this for many years, more than 10 years. Nobody appears to be listening. We're in the 11th hour. It's almost too late. You have to really act now, or it's too much. I don't even think you have a year or two to go. Some of the things we need to deal with quickly: respect Constitution and rule of law, respect human rights and civil rights, respect federal character commission rules. Not you become president, you appoint everybody from your village as ministers. You point everybody from your village as head of the security forces. It's never been like that. When Obasanjo was president, it wasn't like that. When Shagari was president, it wasn't like that. Now, you have the whole military structure, the whole police structure, all coming from one village, one man's town. No, Nigerian, we cannot tolerate that, and we cannot stand for that any further. We need to implement restructuring, regionalization, and devolution of powers. We need merit-based appointment for all the groups, ethnic groups, everybody matters. Firm knowledge and competent management. Every part of Nigeria have intelligent people. Every part of Nigeria have something they can offer. If you give people a chance, you see what they can do. You move power around. And we need the tribalized appointment and leadership of all sectors of government. Equal and equitable treatment of all Nigerians regardless of religion and tribe. Elimination of ethnic cleansing in the Nigerian polity like it is happening today. People are being murdered because they are Christians, because they are not certain tribe. We can't tolerate that anymore. We cannot. It's over. You know, we need a free and fair election that's not rigged or INEC manipulated. We believe in a government that unites all Nigerians, not for one that is divisive. We are at 11 hours. It's almost too late, like I said. Time is almost out for united Nigeria. We cannot work this. If we don't work this out quickly, we need to start thinking about referendum, about a need for everybody to go their separate way, self-determination. That's what we're entering. We are getting to that. We're in the 11th hour, we're getting ready to enter that. That's why I want you to take this seriously. We don't have time for me to give you the history, but just for you to know Nigeria had the Lagos, British got the Lagos part and got the southern part and got the northern part for economic reasons. The South had more economic surpluses and the North, so they combined them. That's how we came together. It's not based on real culture or something like in Europe where Germans are Germans, French is French people. It's not. They just put us in a box. So we have a problem with identity. We don't have common identity that we can say, oh, this is it and this is that. So the constitutions we have, you know, not going to go into details, the Independence Constitution, which is Queen's Constitution, and then you have the First Republic Constitution, which was better than whatever we've had now, you know, but it's, you know, 1963 Constitution is like some kind of things that we need to go back to and think, because you have regionalizations, regions, devolution of powers, people are able to run their place the way they want it. You have 1979 Constitution that was never applied. You have the 1999 Constitution was created by the military that favors a certain part of the country. It's not legitimate. It's not done by the will of the people. Nobody participated in that. So getting to the point again of Southeast presidency, all regions of Nigeria have produced president. It's now the turn of the Southeast region to produce good leadership for the good of all Nigerians so that we can move in a positive way and be our brothers' keepers. We need the Southeast zone haven't tasted this power and should be in the front line for it, not for ourselves, but we can pull the country up. All the countries in the world have moved up but us. We were in the same level as India, as Malaysia, as Singapore. They passed us because we're disgracing ourselves with corruption. I'm here in America, every United Nations project, every American project that goes to Africa, I beg and cry for you to go to Nigeria. The American people, they cry, they don't want to go to Nigeria because they want to give us free university healthcare. And Nigerian people will want 10% bribe, and America will not give it. If American person give you 10% bribe, they will go to prison. They take everything to Ghana. We should be ashamed of ourselves. They want to build hospitals, universities, they want to take it there. They go to Kenya, South Africa, and Ghana. We are the biggest country. We should be ashamed of ourselves. Our futures, our children are languishing. We have the smartest children in the world. We are not helping them. You know, in Igbo, we say, may my child be better than me. But here, we are eating everything and destroying the future of our children. We have more opportunity in Nigeria. God gave us all the blessings that he will give everybody in Nigeria. You don't have earthquake, you don't have tornado, you don't have flood, you don't have fire, you have water. you have river, you have fish, you have food. God gave us more than he gave anybody else. The only thing God didn't give us is good leaders. And that's what we need to come at this point to correct and fix. We need a Nigeria where every component is allowed a measure of autonomy and self-determination. Like I said, all Nigerian people are very blessed. God gave us more than what we deserve. We are the one abusing ourselves and disgracing Black people and African people. And we are the leader of the world. Here, all the Nigerians here, Yoruba people, Igbo people, they do excellent. The average Nigerian person in America has a master's degree. And a lot of them are working in the government White House. And a lot of them are going to be senators, congressmen in the next 10 years. Nigerian people are performing more than white people in America. And we are the one pulling ourselves down because you say you do tribalism, you do religionism, you do Islam, you're not Islam, you're not Christian, you're not Yoruba, you're not Igbo, you're not Fulani. We need to stop. We don't have any more time. We are the last hours of our existence as a country. We need to restructure the country to have true fiscal federalism, where the federal government and the state shares power, where the federations are rotating, like in the 1963 Constitution. We had that. We need to go back to something like that. We need each region to control their resources. We need to go back to agriculture. When we were doing agriculture, I was young in Yoruba land, Midwest, they were doing well with cocoa. And then in Igbo, they were doing palm oil.
Can round up in 1 minute for want of time, otherwise we enjoy your contribution.
Yeah, okay, thank you. But so we need to get back to those things. Rotation of presidency needs to go to Southeast because we have the view and value that will help all Nigerians. I will stop here. If you have a question, then I'll answer. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Chairman Igbo Assembly all the way from Los Angeles, United States. Indeed, bad leadership is bedeviling this nation. We need proper leadership in order to sustain the corporate existence of this country. While we are still on Zoom audience, we'd like to crave the indulgence of the next speaker to please make submission in 5 minutes. We are inviting Dr. Alesta Soyabe. He's a chairman, Nigerians in the Diaspora Mentoring Corp, and founder of Ben Television, London. He's joining us from London. Dr. Sayed, are you on? Zoom, have you been able to locate him? Okay, before Zoom can bring him back, let's not waste our time. It is my single honor and privilege to invite the next person for special goodwill message, former Speaker of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Right Honorable Magali Naba, CFA. This way, sir. Okay, let me bring the microphone. Because of the camera.
Our respected elders. And all of you on the ICO to a special meeting of the National Assembly. Senator S.C. was the Senate, and everybody that is here. And, what time everybody is important. Peace needs everybody. Some of you might know where we get less. But here we are today, and quite honestly, problems we are having to deal with is this coming together, which democracy has gifted to us, and some people took it away from us. One of the advantages, great advantages of having a democracy is this idea that we need consent. I know more people and met more people from 1999 to date, the period of about 21 years, then I met or knew in my 42 years before 1999. And that was because of the beauty of democracy. It allows us, or it affords us to interact and know more about one another and act together. That is what brings about peace, and that is what brings about development. And one of the things that happened between 1999 to date, from about 2003, our governors began to take away democracy from our people, from all of us. It has been taken away from the people, and therefore, some of us have not been meeting as often as we should. Today, if you go to the words and you are told that a political party is missing, you find out that it's only the word executives that are meeting. Before 1990, before 2003, it was never, everybody was. So most of these governors who are sponsored popular organizations, I know that in the Southwest, for example, very sponsored all the governments without the influence of the members of very. None of these governors will ever have been given. What happened after the election? They pushed away members of that country. They pushed away the governors. So that people like Chief Iowa and his colleagues became on the sidelines. And that is what happens all over the country. That is why we are having the crisis today. Because politics is taken away from people. As leaders, I believe that we should not speak here with so much emotion. That is why we are leaders. It must be different. Reason must inform whatever comes out of our mouths. There's no gainsaying that everything that is in the negative is happening to every part of this country. So every one of us is suffering the brunt of what is happening today, one way or another. So people should not be reflecting the past and telling us that yes, it is going on one way or another. but we share something in common, that we are not being served properly by the authorities today, whether it is at the federal level or at the state level. None of us believes that, or none of us is convinced that we are governed well. We are being misgoverned, we are being misruled. There is almost no governance in the country. And this is characterized by very weak and irresponsible and weak leadership. And whoever I'm referring to, they know themselves, whether they are here or they are not. Therefore, what is before us today is to gather together, gather ourselves together as Nigerians, not as people from the south or the middle belt or the north. We are all Nigerians, we are all human beings. We all relate with ourselves one way or another. Some of us attend weddings in the south, some of southerners attend weddings in the north. Naming ceremonies, weddings, and so on and so on. Interact levels, we intermarry, we do a lot of things together, so we are not different. We are confronted by common problems, so we must get together, discuss these things as reasonably, as surely as we can, and come out with solutions that could help us. We don't come here to speak with so much passion, praise, things. It must be different. We must not act as when we are angry. We must act when we are calm. There are many things wrong in this country, and we have accepted that because of the myriad of problems confronting us, there must be some form of restructuring. How this restructuring is going to be made will then be subject to discussion. So it's all come to the table in a peaceful, brotherly fashion, and question out things that will benefit all of us, things that will work for all of us. As leaders, of course, we must be just. Leaders must be just. Don't do unto others what you will not do unto yourself. It's a rule of thumb. We are all Muslims and Christians. We're enjoying that. So please, I want to urge us to continue to accept one another, accommodate one another, and have consideration for one another. Talking about the development of Nigeria, if Nigeria is dismembered, everybody is going to see. Any reason that decides to pull out Nigeria would not leave Nigeria, the way they think going to do. And history
Thank you, Honorable.
Whenever we are given the opportunity of leadership, we must exercise leadership. We must be patient. we must not be angry, and we must not be passionate. Everything we do, we must do dispassionately. And everything is the only way. So, what has happened in the last 20 years is that because power has been taken away from the people, the worst among us are being enthroned to manage our lives. So we must expect these kinds of things. Our leadership today from top to bottom are not the best 11 of Nigeria. No, they are not. If they were the best 11 of Nigeria, these kinds of things would never happen. Therefore, it is left for us to devise means of taking away back power from those who have seized it and transferring it to the people as a way of
Thank you,
the
sir.
beginning of the enrollment of our partners. National Consultative Forum can work with us, work out ways of getting out of this war. This is a collection of ethnic nationalities. We have no political party, only get into power through the instrumentality of political parties. And all of these things are things that have to be looked at. You don't come to power, through the forum of ethnic nationalities. We have to find out means of the different organizations with politics of today. That is one of the few ways we do to share power with those. And I want to thank the organizers for organizing this important meeting. And I wish these organizers a successful outcome of this deliberation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Right Honorable Woman Diana, Chairman of National Consultative Front, graduate of Political Science from APU and John Kennedy School of Government, Harvard University. We thank you, sir, for that very elaborate contribution. We now have Dr. Alista Soyode on the Zoom. He's already connected. I can see him from here. He's the chairman of Nigeria's in the Diaspora Mentoring Corps and founder of Ben Television London. Dr. Alista Soyode, please, 3 or max 5 minutes. Thank you for joining this event.
Well, thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be. Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be among our nationalists and among our leaders, among our brothers, and among the people that really want to see a nation where justice, equity, unity, and peace reign. Without any doubt, we all know the position of Nigeria, at least the Nigerians, and to Africa as a continent, and we know the role that Nigeria can play in the global community. The reality of today's world is that every nation now will start looking inward because of what has taken place due to COVID-19. So every nation will be looking to see what they can do to sustain and build their own people, their own capacity, and their own resources, turning it around for the benefit of every citizen that belongs to their country. The same thing I hope that Nigeria, the most populous Black nation in the world, can do the same for more than 200 million citizens that she has other nations and more than 15 million Nigerians in the diaspora, contributing, as you all agree, almost the same amount of money that the nation budget to sustain and build our people. Now, the position where we are as a nation is something that when you ask the majority of people in that hall, majority of people across the country will tell you it's not the same position that the nation was last week, last month, last year, or a decade ago. To make Nigeria better and to sustain Nigeria to be a global player, not just to the world, but to every single Nigerian in that hall who believe that our country should do well, we must, as a matter of urgency, and I repeat, as a matter of urgency, see the reason why justice, equity, unity, and peace must be the number one thing that each and every one of us should put our hands on for the benefit of Nigeria and Nigerians. There is no doubt that the situation in the country can be much more better, can be maintained, can be built, so that each and every one of us can sleep with our two eyes closed. Each one of us can move around with the freedom of knowing Nigeria indeed is a free country that belongs to each and every one of us. Our leaders, our brothers are speaking right now, but the reality is, unless and until the government really put their hands together, we will not get to that destination that we all desire to be. I have no doubt whatsoever that Nigeria can change within a year. And I mean 365 days that Nigeria can change. Because when each and every one of us there in the hall, on the street, in their home, in their places of work, decide to work together, then we will have a better nation. A nation that each and every one of us can be proud of, because we have put our hands together to work for the unity of that dear country. So my prayer and request to each one of you out there, as leaders, as brothers, as sisters, is to find the reason why we should be a united nation rather than a reason why we should be separated. For that, I'm calling and appealing to the government and appealing to all the elected members in the state and the National Assembly to do the right thing that can unite and make sure that peace and unity we so desire, which is part of our national anthem, we can all rejoice together and build a nation. And I'm looking forward to everybody's contribution, not just talking from our ethnic position, not talking from our religious affiliation, not talking based on politics, but talking based on national unity, where Nigeria and every Nigerian can contribute. We shouldn't shy away from speaking the truth, and we should not shy away from saying what really matters as Nigerians rather than as somebody who has an affiliation to a region, to a state, or to a local government. Nevertheless, even if you want to talk based on your local government, based on your state, based on your affiliation, let's please talk, putting it in mind that we all need justice. We all are speaking based on equity. We are all speaking because we want to be united. And we're all speaking because we want peace to be in our country. And I thank you very much. And I pray that the good Lord will continue to protect us wherever we are in that country, whatever it is that we're doing, that we will always remember that one day we will face our maker. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that contribution all the way from London. Thank you. We will take the next on the list. We have Mazi Samuwagua, President of Pharmaceutical Association of Nigeria and former chairman of Pfizer on behalf of the private sector. Mazi Sam, please. Thank you. 3 minutes.
Good afternoon. Very distinct. Let me pay my respects to our elders who have labored for many years, who have cried, who have wept, who have advocated for
a Nigeria that works for all. And I'm so pained that at age 90, 93, they're still in the trenches because that country they saw and which we lost is yet to reappear. I want to thank God that we're here because we never take it for granted given the vicissitudes and the challenges of this season. Because if you escape COVID-19, you might not be so lucky with kidnappers and marauders. But God has brought us here. So we thank you. Comrade here, I want to salute you and your courage and doggedness for putting this together. This is a very wonderful meeting. My dear distinguished people, this country is no longer working, at least for most Nigerians, no longer working. And I believe it may be working for a very little few, very small number, that for most people it's not working. More importantly, for our young people, it's not working. They have no future, they have no hope. And this is because this country is not the country we wanted. It's not a country that our founding fathers planted. They planted a promising country that was going to be the leader of Africa and be able to affect global development. Unfortunately, Nigeria has become the poverty capital of the world. And the country with the highest level of unemployment, highest number, higher than India. It has also become one of the countries with the highest level of insecurity challenge. This is not the country that we dreamt about. This is not the country we live with. What's the way out? I believe that's why we're here. Because each time you have problem in a community, the owners, the leaders get together and say, what is happening? This is not the Nigeria we had. This is not the community we had. People are saying, buy more police, build more, bring more soldiers, put more money to army, create more vigilante. I don't think that is going to be the sustainable solution. That could be short term. And like was pointed out, we may end up having everybody and we become our enemies. What we need is for the owners of the nation, the ethnic nationalities, the traditional rulers, the professional leaders, the business leaders, the demographic leaders to get together and find a solution. Because even if there was war, at the end of the day, we'll still have to sit around the table and discuss how to solve the problem. I believe that this is what we're doing since it looks like the government hasn't been able to get this together. That's why everybody says so. So I want to think that we as citizens are taking this initiative to come together and look forward to finding some solutions. Because the two things we need to sort out our problems in this country are one, re-engineer, restructure, rejig, reinvent, whatever name you are comfortable with. This system, this structure is no longer working. In business, you have businesses that are not doing well, you reinvent them, you restructure them, you re-engineer them, you rejig them so that they become functional. So I don't know why we quarrel the word restructure. Why are you arguing with the word? This country is not working. It needs to be restructured so that we can set the constituent groups free to be able to compete fairly as it was in the First Republic. It was nobody. The East is able to compete with West. The West is able to compete with the North. The North led in agricultural export before the war. The granules, the cuttings, the hides and skin were being exported and made money from the North. The West exported cocoa and other things. The East rubber, they exported palm kernel. Each region can be independent. Each state can also be independent if we win them from this method of getting everybody to Abuja every day and being fed from petrodollars. The second thing we need, my elders and gentlemen here, is that we need to install a cadre, a crop of enlightened, visionary, honest, compassionate, and courageous leaders to take our country forward. That is what we need. The major diagnosis of our problem is the kind of leadership we've had, especially in recent years in our country. We need to reinvent that leadership in a restructured or re-engineered or reinvented nation, which we call the new Nigeria.
That's what the young people are looking for, and that's what the business class is looking for, and that's what the new class of leaders of Nigeria are asking for. I welcome all of you and pray that we'll have a successful meeting this afternoon. God bless you.
Thank you very much. President, Pharmaceutical Association of Nigeria. Want to hear from a woman? Want to hear from a woman? Man, the woman in charge of Federation of Muslim Women Association of Nigeria, Mrs. Halima Jibril. While she's coming, please let me announce the exit of the former speaker, Right Honorable Galina Bali has another engagement. So we thank you for coming and making that contribution. To have a blessed day. Three minutes, please.
In the name of Allah, the most merciful, esteemed and distinguished Nigerians. This August gathering is in itself a milestone in the history of our nation, a milestone in our collective journey towards salvaging our nation. I therefore wish to congratulate the organizers and each and every one of us for making time to be part of this conversation. Before we move on to anything else, I think it's important that we all come to this conversation from a national perspective, not necessarily from a regional perspective. This is because as elders and leaders of this nation from all parts of Nigeria, we hold this country in trust for the next generation. And that's why we must look at issues from a national perspective. Yes, agreed, in this time of the history of our nation, we are all hurt, we are angry, but according to Aristotle, he said, it is during our darkest moments that we must focus to see the light. So I believe, firmly believe, as a Nigerian, dispassionate Nigerian, that this is our opportunity to salvage this country. There is light at the end of the tunnel. My elders, if we are to recount what Nigeria has gone through in the last 10 years, we all have stories to tell. And I come with some statistics of what the insurgency has done, to some parts of Nigeria. For instance, 3.3 million people have become IDPs. This is not the most recent data. It is 2017 data from the United Nations High Commission for Refugees. As I speak today, 200,000 orphans, 200 children have been orphaned in Borno State alone, 200,000. Yes, as a result of the insurgency, 6.7 million people are in need of protection and assistance in Adamawa, Borno, and Yobe states. Women, particularly, have been targeted for sexual abuse. Even when they are rescued and in the IDP camps, they have to exchange their integrity for food to survive on those IDP camps. Children's education is being threatened because schools have become the latest targets for bandits. They ask for ransom, their parents are hardly unable to pay. So this in itself has made parents reluctant to allow their children to continue with education. So you will have more early marriages, particularly in the north, because sending a girl to school is in itself very risky. 5.2 million people in the Northeast face acute food security. But you see, the whole nation now faces this issue of food insecurity. In Niger, in states of the Northwest, North Central, farmers are no longer able to visit their farms and work on their farms as a result of banditry. So, what should we bring to the table as we conduct this conversation? One, insecurity. The state of our insecurity has overwhelmed the government itself. And this is because, like my uncle, Mr. Fanika, said, there are obvious conspiracy theories. Yes, if a country could create the Al-Qaeda and create ISIS, then we must look more closely to find out which hands are in operation in the issues of insecurity in Nigeria. What are those diplomatic engagements or interventions that we need to take, or that we need to advise governments to take in order to reduce, the issue of insecurity? Otherwise, it's an intractable issue. Just a few weeks ago, Boko Haram pitched its flag in Niger State, 2 hours drive, to Abuja. More than 15 rural communities were disengaged, were dislodged. So you now have more, IDP camps all over the place. So that's why we need to look more closely, my elders. This is not an issue that for which we can assign blames. It may not also be an issue that requires the armed forces, to take up arms. We must go into diplomacy to see how this is resolved. Finally, in our discussions at this forum, we need to look at what political system works best for us. What political system delivers dividends to the ordinary man? As it is now, we have a political system that where corruption, festers. Corruption grows. A few people, a clique of people, earn a lot of money, resources, while
Thank you very much.
Yes, while the ordinary man languages in poverty. We need to look at this, and we need to look at how we can get the ordinary person at the LGA level, at the community level, to participate in the political process. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you, Federation of Muslim Women Association. Very quickly, for 3 minutes, let us have the President of the Market Women Association, Mrs. Felicia Sam. 3 minutes, ma'am. Stay there.
Give her microphone there. Madam, she can stay there.
Must stay there.
My chiefs, my elders, very, very distinguished Nigerians. For me, kind of don't say no person. When they talk, this will not be text. And my father told me in 1939, play when they play for your body, when you don't play and reach high. If you reach high, I will blind. I'm not sitting down, keep you quiet. The other day I want to come, they say, no, I can never live another 84 years. I've enjoyed all the good things in this world. And Anita has just said that Nigeria is blessed and blessed with everything. In our days when we are young, we not talk about Hausa, Igbo, Yoruba, but the little child now, when they are from the north, Hausa. I'm talking about Nigeria. Let us talk about Nigeria. What is the division? We started with 3 east, west, and the north. We can come for that one. We can go for 36 states. You can government believe in the divide. So the Nigeria don't become 377. And how many local governments? 777 local governments. And another tire, we are still they go for. We are the straight to the hand to do another one. Now, Saudi, this thing with it. We are not saying I don't know this thing with it. When I don't talk, they will kill you. I've told my children if they kidnap me, tell them use the money and do the better ceremony. I'm telling you honestly. If I die today, I told my children, don't go and carry me to the fridge, make God don't kill me here. Quick, carry me go. One to Nigerian problem. The only one advice I will give for now. I saw the Second World War, 1942, 1939. And it ended in 1945. I was already I know what was happening. My father told me not to lie. But when I saw soldiers marching on the streets, people were coming to hide. I said, Papa, why are these people hiding? Let me go and tell those people. My mother just carried me and put in the room and told me. Very easier to put people for trouble. The only thing we have to do now, let us do what we did in 1953. What we did that time was, as we have police in the town, we have guards, forest guards. And many people left school, they don't have job. Employ these people, let them guide the forest. Honestly, if they guide the forest, my friends, when I was in elementary school, the father was a commissioner in Port Harcourt Forest. On Friday, we normally go there. When we go there, we drink fruit and banana. We are so happy. And my friend is from Sokoto. I even went to Sokoto in 1939. I was very comfortable there. But if I go there, they will send me on the go say, I don't know. Why don't we like ourselves? And Nigerians, why don't we like ourselves? Let us go and get forest guards. That is the thing that will solve the whole problem. So as they are guiding the town, they are guiding the forest. Thank you, Mama. Thank you. I don't finish. Thank you very much. President Market Association. From all the speeches, the preponderance of opinion is the fact that we have bad leadership. We need a way forward. Meritorious leadership is all we want. Very quickly, we want to hear Dr. Awal Abdullahi Ali, President, Northern Consensus Movement. Dr. Awal Abdullahi Ali, please, 3 minutes. He's the President of Northern Consensus Movement. You're the wife of General. Please don't be tired. We are still waiting for ethnic nationalities to make their presentation. These are good messages to this very event. Thank you, Dr. Awa. Welcome.
All protocols observed. First and foremost, there's a theme for this meeting. But it's like we are deviating from the team. We are just discussing. I think there are more serious issues here to look at than just general discussion. We are talking of 2023, we are talking of succession, we are talking of restructuring. We really talk about restructuring apart from my big brother and friend, FFA. All of us are just discussing. I think we should be serious now. That's the one. Number two, I call this I on the victim. My daily speech will be I and the victim. The victim in the Sunday. We are talking of Nigeria or separating, going either of our ways, or restructuring, or talking about rotational presidency. I am a houseman. I'm from Kaduna State by birth. My father is from Kaduna, my mother is from Jigawa. My father was a soldier, he was shot 3 times during the Civil War. I served in the army for 18 years and left. My wife, the mother of my children, was a daughter of a soldier. My children, I have 2 of my kids in the army. My first daughter is married to a soldier. So I have the military running in me. So for those thinking it's easy for you to go either way, or to just, Nigeria is not, my mind is not Accra. For anybody to think that you can just put it on the table and separate and share, okay, you take your one, you take your one, you take your one and go. It's impossible, it has never been done like that. Going back to history, our countries that part away from South Korea, or rather from Korea, breaking to South and North Korea, to Western and Eastern Germany, to common here, Cameroon, that you have the English and the French parts that are trying to go away. You know what is going on. So for anybody to be calling for war, or you think you can just separate, it's not easy. I believe in Nigeria, I believe Nigeria will continue to exist. Whether we like it or not, there is a problem. We need to discuss the problem. We are disagreeing with ourselves and we have every reason to disagree. The North before now is saying we don't believe in separation. But as I'm standing, I'm telling you that if there's going to be separation tomorrow, the North is ready for it. We are also ready. Let's go either way. I'm telling you this with all sincerity. Northern Nigeria before now do not want to hear anything separation. But as of today, as I speak to you, the North is equally ready to leave. That's number one. Number two, talking about presidency. What I'm going to say might be controversial. You might disagree with it, but it's the absolute reality, and I speak in the mind of Northerners. And I have no apology to anybody in this hall on what I'm going to say. Though I respect the leaders, elders, and fathers that are here. I duly respect them. But I have no apology to anybody on what I'm going to say. Let's please be serious. We are here for serious business. Let us not make it a discussion floor if we truly want to do this. Now, talking about rotational presidency, what I thought we should build at is credibility, competency, patriotism, nationalistic thinking, the love for one another, and things like that. That is what I thought should constitute who becomes Nigeria's president. Not regional, tribal, ethnical, or any other thing. Please disagree with me because I will speak. This is not where I am. This is why we are here.
One house, please. One house.
Let us discuss the controversy and let us find a solution to the problem.
Please allow him. Somebody has his opinion. You have your opinion.
This is why we are here. If you disagree with me, come up and give your position. This is my position. This is the position of Northern Nigeria. So if you disagree, make your position known. Now, let us look at competence, credibility, patriotism, the love for the country to move Nigeria forward. Yes, we should create, there should be a room for discussion. Call it national conference, call it restructuring, call it whatever. I agree that that we should come to the round table and discuss Nigeria and discuss the way forward for Nigeria. I agree that we are disagreeing. I agree that there's a problem. I agree that there is, if you like, call it lopsided appointment. I am not in government, so I don't speak for the government. I speak for North. I don't speak for Buhari. If Buhari is doing something wrong, Nigeria should call his attention that what is doing is wrong. We should correct it. He's a Nigerian. He's a leader. He is elected by every Nigerian. But not a particular tribe or region is seen as a threat to a country. If one region or tribe or religion is a threat to this country, then all of us are threatening Nigeria, and we are all threats to Nigeria. Then let us come and discuss the problem, find the solution to the problem, and let's move forward as Nigerians. That was why I tried to bring something. I said, I am the victim. I tried to highlight. My wife, the mother of my children, is from Imbisi in Imo State. So, and today we have 7 children. So you tell me, if this country go either way, how am I going to do with those 7 children? Are they going to the north or they are going to the east? Let us discuss Nigeria as Nigeria. Let us be the topic. Let us look at Nigeria as Nigeria, not the topic of sentiment. Let us find a solution to this problem. Let us know how we can solve this problem. Let us not be coming here to discuss, making it as if it's just a discussion issue. We have a serious issue at hand. We should look at the problem, find a solution. I want to thank the government and going to be able to bring these elders that are here. It's not easy to be that we have them here. Let us use the opportunity now and discuss. If it means fighting here, let's fight not because we want to fight. Fight because we are trying to find a solution, fight in principles, so that we can have a solution. And let's go out and tell the authority, we discovered the problem, we have found a solution to the problem, and let's force them to do the right thing. This is what I expect of this is not just a discussion company. I rest my guess. I will be no apology to anybody.
You just announced now that you're my brother-in-law. Thank you. And since I come right here for 1 minute to react.
Please, silence. There's something I want to talk about. Please, silence, just 1 minute. 1 minute. I am sure before we, after the ethnic nationalities have made their presentations, our friend and brother will come here again to receive a particular statement or sentence. It says so many things. The reason why we are here is for this, to disagree together, then find common ground to agree together. We are not here to say things that we want to hear. That was why we carefully selected the people we brought here. That was why we selected those who will open the remarks. And because in the house, everybody cannot be quiet. When you say without apologies, that is what I want to receive. Because I have the greatest joy I have now is that I'm seeing Advocacy, because I went to him in Lagos. Clark, the first time we went to him, he drove us out. Advocacy had to call him and said there is a need for us to come together. You say two people cannot reason the same. Clark drove me out of his house in Asoko. Yes. And he said, I believe the structuring is in the turn of the South. Let us discuss our thing, because it's our turn. We just left quietly. Then His Excellency Binigo told me I have the antidote. I will connect you to Advocacy. It will share with Clark. And it worked. I want to tell you, please. I want to tell you, please, when a 93-year-old man had to fly. I don't know how to explain that. God will grant you more life. Our brother FFK, before you make your speech, you have to wait for the leader of the Yoruba nation. We want to grow to attain 90 and above. It's grace. And I believe before Papa leaves, he will lay hands on me and impart. I don't want to die. Before the next person speaks, this is where we differ. I am here for us to talk, but for myself, I believe it is the turn of the South to produce the next president. That's my belief. You can agree with me, you can disagree with me, that's why we are here. We are here to argue. The reason we choose this is for us to argue logically. If the North must retain power, what is the justification? Is there anything like zoning? Do you understand? Is there anything like zoning? Let's argue it out. I believe in the restructuring. Without the restructuring, Nigeria will go nowhere. It's going to be that place. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Comrade Kennedy, the chief convener of this meeting. For emphasis is a dialogue, a conversation, just like you had him say. Please, in order not to cause distraction, just sit where you are. The ushers will serve you snacks. We can understand that you're a little bit tired, but you don't need to move out so that we can do what we're doing very quickly. Let's hear from the civil society organization, the Akoni Center for Democracy and Development, CDD, here represented by Senior Program Officer Austin Highway. Austin, please, 5 minutes. While you're doing that, the IPAC chair will be getting ready. Then we will go into the presentations from ethnic nationalities. Welcome, Austin.
Thank you so much. Quickly, Your Excellencies, the Royal Majesties, leaders and elders, and all that people to observe. I bring you greetings from the Center for Democracy and Development, CDD. Specifically from our director, Deb Hassan, who was on our way here, but due to very urgent matters, she had to defer. Our country is suffering from what I call structural deficiency. Whereas Nigeria is a federal state with federative units, what Nigeria looks like today is a central republic of Nigeria. We ought to have in this country today federative units and a center who coordinates all of the federative units. But as of this moment, Nigeria operates some form of centrality, and that needs to be addressed. As we discussed in this meeting, I urge that we bring back our Federal Republic of Nigeria, where we are all Nigerians. There is no north, no south, no west, and no east. If we truly federate in this country, we may not have to bother about transition or who is president, but we have a Nigerian who is president. Nigeria shall be great again. If Nigeria fails, Africa fails. If you look at where Nigeria is located on the African map, it is a trigger location. But Nigeria cannot even tree nor trigger. In the words of Professor Tuna Achebe of blessed memory, in his book of 1983, The Trouble Nigeria, all the things we talk about today, as Achebe has atomized. The trouble with leadership, the trouble with all the nepotism. But I say to you today, there is nothing wrong with a black man, as Achebe has stated. What is wrong with the Nigerian state is the structure. If we truly under the structure, Nigeria will better operate. The answer, therefore, is restructuring. Let truly, where all the states can truly harness all of the great potential that you have. Like someone has said here, we must de-emphasize on the national aid and focus on our state-based resources and move Nigeria forward. All countries that we meet have the resources to take Nigeria forward. The oil in the town and the food in the north. We all need each other at the goal. Let's truly represent Nigeria. God bless Nigeria.
Thank you. On behalf of the civil society organization, let me invite to the microphone the chairman of Interparty Advisory Council, IPAC. IPAC is the umbrella body governing all political parties in Nigeria. IPAC, as we know, have the electoral umpire INEC as its member. Political parties are the only private organization with public component. Dr. Leonard is in one place. You're an ass. IPAC chairman.
I must say that I'm the happiest person today. There are people I would ever thought I would ever meet in my life. And I thank the organizers for making it possible for me to see these great men, these great Nigerians. But Debanjo, I remove my heart and I greet you. My legs are down. All our elders here, I pray to live as long as you are. The works that you have done and you keep on continuing doing in this country, God will continue to bless every one of you in Jesus' name. Now, just as I was sitting down, they sent a very serious video clip to me of what is happening in the world now. The governor in a convoy was attacked in his convoy, and he was running helter-skelter. This is the governor of a state who is the chief security officer of a state, being chased and is being run all about. On Saturday, just at my back, the back of my village, where the police station was located, you know why United States, was razed to the ground. I had to call my mother repeatedly and everybody to ask them, I hope they are safe. So this thing impacts on every one of us in one way or the other. Let me thank every person. I won't be able to observe the protocol of greetings, but I say I'm most privileged to be in the midst of these great Nigerians, and I recognize every one of us here present. As I surveyed this hall this morning, what hit me straight faced first is that meaning Nigeria is here. But when I saw more persons make their way into the hall, it dawned on me fully that Nigeria and not Nigerians is present here. If over 200 million persons, 36 states, 1 federal capital territory, 774 local government areas, with over 527 languages could find representation, this distinguished gathering reflects this diversity in its fullness. The ethnic nationalities that make up the beautiful country called Nigeria are here today. Our major goal is to foster unity and peace and make sure that our beautiful country is recovered. But if we're sincere to ourselves, can we wholeheartedly agree that we have a beautiful country now? My candid response to this query is no. We have lost the Nigeria we used to know. Everything has gone to the dogs. Everybody seems to have taken their own path. The country has become a huge joke and is not working for anybody or for everybody. Herdsmen are killing farmers. Kidnappers are invading our homes. Our schools are no more safe for learning. Bandits are terrorizing every one of us. And terrorists with all sorts of names are raiding our villages. No one sleeps with his or her 2 eyes closed again. This is no more rivers of blood, but ocean of blood. Some war-torn countries have not recorded this level of casualty in so short a period as this. Nigeria is ranked the 10th as the most unsafe place to live on earth. How do we get to this horrible point? A point where lives do not matter anymore, where our laws do not make any meaning to us, where calls for secession has become stringent and deafening, where we have non-state actors controlling state actors, where our farmers cannot go to their farms anymore, where we have bred a nation of outlaws, a legion of anarchists, and a colony of cannibals. I am tempted to conclude and say that we are in big trouble with pockets of wicked problems overwhelming us all. Was Chidachede correct that Nigeria was a country? We need to use our tongue to counter our deeds. The one thing is sure, and that things are no longer at ease. Should we continue in this habitual blame game? Has it given any positive outcome for us? The Inter-Party Advisory Council, the umbrella body of all political parties in Nigeria, which I am privileged to lead, have long jettisoned this blame game disposition by many Nigerians. Rather, we have put our boots on the ground to ensure that we will not have a repeat of past political ills that overrun this country. We promise to do everything humanly possible to ensure that the political constituency is rejigged in such a manner that all actors will respect the people and allow the people's votes to count. Our joy at the end of this event will be that resolutions arrived at will not only be heavily publicized, but acted upon, even if it means to the point of shedding our blood for the betterment of our great country. For we are not better nor greater than our compatriots that have paid the supreme sacrifice for this nation. Leaders and representatives, the only thing that can help us recover Nigeria now is to act. Act in a way that will ensure that fairness, equity, justice, unity, equality, and sincerity of purpose is promoted and enthroned in all that we do. Restructuring should vigorously be pursued. We must find a way to ensure that one ethnic domination, one ethnic group does not dominate the other group, and also raise our whole people's hope that Nigeria must be recovered. We must work to stop the looming war staring us in the face. For 2023, if we honestly subscribe for all to be part of the leadership of this country at the highest level, we should work collectively to ensure that the area that have not had opportunity to produce a leader at the highest level should be given the opportunity. I wish all of us fruitful deliberations. Thank you, and God bless us all, and God bless Nigeria as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, IPAC Chairman, Dr. Leonard Nzewa, for that very brilliant contribution. Very soon we'll get into presentation by ethnic nationalities. We will take Honorable Jonathan Asante, Southern Kaduna People's Union, SOCAPU. Minister, thank you, Professor Patu Tommy, give this voice on behalf of the business community and as well as the academy.
Our respected elders, statesmen, and women that are here. My big brother, Chief Fani Kayode, who each time you are speaking is like music to me, and I always pray for you that you have this courage to speak, always truth to power. I am privileged to be here. I am Jonathan Asake, the president of Southern Kaduna People's Union, an umbrella organization of 67 ethnic nationalities that are in Kaduna State, covering 12 of the 23 local governments of Kaduna State, and with a population by the 2006 population count and growing by the growth rate of 3% annually of 5.1 billion. Recently, we went before the review committee on the review of the Constitution, and we were there asking for a state to be created for the people of Southern Kaduna. And the question was, why are you asking for a state for a small place? I said, no, Southern Kaduna is not a small place. Because the man that was chairing that city was no other person than Senator Kabir Gaya from Kano State. And I told him that Southern Kaduna has 26,000 square kilometers, while Kano State has only 20,000 square kilometers, and Kano has 44 local governments. And if you look at this, you will see the constitution that we are operating on today. The 1999 Constitution, which I consider as the biggest fraud in this country, that claimed that we Nigerians came together to bring this Constitution in place, but we never did that. It's a military. And it is this Constitution that allows a small area to have 44 local governments and one large area to have only about 12 local governments, and it's not a state. That is the reason why in our deliberations, in whatever we're doing, we have to explain the 1999 Constitution and see the reason for us coming up with a brand new Constitution that will hold Nigerians together, that will make us have a mutual respect for one another, that will make us appreciate each of the zones, each of our values, and not to have a situation of a servant and slave relationship. Number two, we're talking about 2023. We know the tradition from 1999. I wish my speaker was here. He was my speaker in 1999 to 2003 when we were in the House of Reps. He had gone. But I know that it has been the tradition that power has been rotating, and we have always had power shift. And if we had been for 8 years, power is in the north, I think it is just right for the sake of fairness, for the sake of peace, and for the sake of justice that we begin to think on how power will go back to the south. And if power goes back to the south, we know there are 3 zones in the south. Let this power, the southern people will give us, they'll sort themselves out. There is no local government in this country out of the 774 local governments. And we do not have people that are competent that can hold this country together. So let us not think of what is very or is very. No, we're thinking of inclusiveness, and that is where we stand. And lastly, before I leave, the restructuring we've been talking about, we talk about restructuring. Truly, ahead of 2023, this country is in need of restructuring. I'm running off now. This country is in need of restructuring. And our institutions like INEC, the Election Act that was not signed, the bill that was not signed last year, must be signed where electronic voting, where votes will count. The rascality we see today, the lack of respect that elected officers don't have for Nigerians, is because the electoral system is so flawed that votes don't count. When one man, one vote, or one vote counts, then people respect the electorates. And that is where we stand. And please, the body language of Nigerians, whoever is in leadership position today, they should study the body language of Nigerians. These things that we're talking about, the people that are talking and saying we're ready or not ready for cessation or whatever, some of them are sitting on comfort zones. But those that are sitting on the spikes, those that are sitting on the hotbeds, know exactly what we're talking about. So we must not ignore the body language of Nigerians. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Not gonna be rude like body language, that's very good. Honorable Jonathan Asante, Southern Kaduna People's Union, Chicago. I've already mentioned the next speaker, who is a household name. While he's on his way coming, Professor Patton, let me announce that the president of Ohanese Legal, Professor Ambassador George Obiozo, just arrived.
Yes, sir. Distinguished delegates, I am completely happy and satisfied that this meeting is being held. Give up my As a matter of fact, country belongs to all of us. Nothing keeps a country united. Nothing keeps a country peaceful more than justice. Always say that throughout history, the history of man, those denied justice have had no interest in peace. People have been preaching Nigerian unity. Nigerian unity is not negotiable. What a historical fallacy. Exhibition of political ignorance. The idea of rotation from north and south is a historical imperative. It is what is non-negotiable and not Nigerian unity. Nigerian unity came about through negotiation. In fact, and staying alive through negotiation, it is indeed a sign of total abandonment, of acknowledgement of history, to assert authoritatively with impudence and impudence that Nigerian unity is not negotiable. My brothers and sisters, all fellow Nigerians, call for self-determination is not secession. Call for self-determination within a federation is actually restructuring or devolution of power or decentralization. In complex societies, multinational societies, is a continuous imperative. Nations, multinational nations are dynamic, and they follow what God offers them, what nature offers them. They follow trends. The evolution of Nigeria today calls for devolution of power. It calls for continuation of a time-honored tradition of rotation of north and south. People should stop speaking with impunity and impudence, with air of authority. Nobody owns Nigeria. We all own Nigeria. And that is, Nigeria is awake. For those who think that they can continue living in illusion and self-illusion for that matter, and delusion and the denial. Well, those days are gone. This meeting, in addition to the meeting in Asara of the 17th Southern Governors, and the meeting we had yesterday, South, East, Middle Belt, and southeast, and southwest, please. Well, it's now clear that the majority of Nigerians are agreeing. And it's a law of history of politics. Please, when your people are agreeing, find out what is going on. Please, and yet, please call the people to tell and among themselves a dialogue. We call it dialogue. The idea that the problems don't exist. When problems are engulfing the nation with incremental and dangerous propensity, it's unacceptable. So, I'm sorry I walked in late, but as you know, I'm from the southeast. I'm holding a lot of different kinds of meetings, and we're actually well represented. There's great scholar. When I don't think you know, this is a Harvard scholar. His Excellency, stand up. He's a former governor. He's representing us well. But in spite of that, I said, since I'm in town and I'm here, I must come and greet. Thank you very much. Go ahead.
Presentation, sir. What we presentation of 100 people to Okwadike. Thank you, His Excellency, Professor Ambassador George Obiozo, for coming. Former Ambassador to the United States, Israel, my own big brother. Welcome, sir, and thank you for coming. Professor Barton told me it's not easy to hand over a microphone to the professor, but I know he's going to do justice and make professorial submission in 3 minutes. Thank you, sir.
Our very distinguished elders, compatriots, it is a privilege to speak after the great Professor George Obiozo. Anyone who has read some of my books will realize that I have drawn some of my theories from the postulations, one of which is famously concentric circles of conspiracy. And so I am likely to be able to go up following him. But I'd like to call for a moment of sobriety. We are talking about challenging and painful issues before us as a nation state. But to give full credit to the Honorable Gali Umar Abba, who spoke earlier, it is the duty and the obligation of leaders to exercise sobriety in challenging times. And so let us please approach these issues with plenty of sobriety. There's a time to talk. There's a time to speak truth to power and to one another. But it's also a time to recognize that we all come from a shared humanity. I come from a great privilege of having been born in northern Nigeria, have my primary education in northern Nigeria, of going to school in Ibadan. I like to define myself as an Ibadan boy. My secondary education in Ibadan. In fact, Dr. Lajde, who is sitting there, is my senior from the College in Ibadan. University of Nigeria, Nsukka, I'm a full, warm-blooded Igbo son. And so I come to this saying that sometimes we talk about these issues, we don't ask what is at the bottom of the Nigerian challenge. When we talk about restructuring, people sometimes get carried away about revenues, sharing, and all of that. The bottom line is that we lost the direction of leadership because we made politics a place that you can make money. And restructuring is about getting money out of politics. Anybody who wants to serve and give sacrificially of himself to elevate the life of others should come into politics. Anybody who wants to become somebody because of politics, get out of it. This is what has brought us to this sorry place. If it were not that problem, people are playing on ethnic sentiments to abuse the treasury. And let me give two simple examples of how emotions are overcoming our ability to understand our problems. Okwani here has just been introduced as a Harvard scholar, but I was introducing him recently to another Harvard scholar called Joshua Green. Joshua Green runs the Center for Moral Cognition at Harvard. And Joshua Green has studied the problem of human collaboration, cooperation. And combining psychology, philosophy, and neuroscience, they have come to a certain number of conclusions. And this has been applied in the book, Moral Tribes, Reason, Emotion, and the gap between us and them. So when we raise these emotions and take out rational conversation, people who want to use that to make for their own self-interest be advanced, sometimes against the interest of those that they are arguing, ostensibly for, use those things. One simple example that I keep asking myself, why do we've been talking about herdsmen creating problems everywhere. I give an example just put forward by a man who was chief economic advisor to our president only recently, Dr. Tanimu Yakubu. He served as commissioner in Katsina State. When he got to the job, he found that the biggest problem Katsina State had to do with fertilizers. Fertilizers were sucking life out of the budget of Katsina State. So he set up a little study, commissioned consultants. Farmers, what's your biggest problem? Fertilizers came to 13 in the listing. Number one was desert encroachment. What is the biggest cause of desert encroachment? Open grazing. So 20 years ago, the government of Katsina State, not the government of Enugu State, realized that the biggest problem before them was open grazing. But today, people are emotionally using it to curry whatever political power they want for their self-interest, arguing against the interest of the people that are probably trying to make this argument again on the subject of what makes people angry about restructuring, which is revenue allocation. I don't have the time to go into local governments, how there were twice as many, two times as many in the south as they were in the north in the 60s. But once local government became part of the fiscal transfer system, people who had power cornered so much, every village they had became the local government. Now we have 774 local governments in our country. A bulk of it belongs to a part of the country, but that part of the country has gotten poorer steadily. It proves a point that economists have studied for years. You can go and read Dr. Sowell's book on politics, wealth, and power. The revenues do not make rich. What makes rich is production. And because these people are having to put some revenue money in their own personal pockets, they have made a very productive part of the country poorer. This is why we must move to rational public conversation rather than emotions, which is the tragedy of the Nigerian condition. We must turn to people of intellect and knowledge to provide leadership in the country. China was flat on its belly. Nigeria's GDP per capita was twice that of China when a man called Deng Xiaoping emerged as leader of that country. If you read his speech in December of 1978, the people of China. So we must enthrone knowledge as the reason for making progress. Our party must put people of knowledge to lead us forward. So, unfortunately for Nigeria, Nigerian political class has actually very sadly made knowledge seem like a bad thing. And grandma will go chop, and theory, and our country has continued to decline because we insult knowledge. When we say that leadership is the problem of Nigeria, every speaker says so, and there is no question about that. What is leadership? The great guru of this subject, the now late Stephen R. Covey, I've had the privilege of sharing the podium with him. He says that there are two dimensions that are fundamental to leadership: knowledge and a sense of service. People who have knowledge and can sacrificially give of themselves for the advance of the common good of all, in the hope that their name will thrive in immortality and people who should lead. And our failure to do that in our country is what has reduced us. We must do that with fairness in mind, with equity in mind. Inclusion is fundamental to progress in society. And I'll wrap up in a second. Inclusion. Look at us here today. How many young people are there in this hall? And yet, 70% of our population are under the age of 35. But how many are there here? The same thing with everything. In 1948, the American called Thomas Kingsley wrote a book on representative bureaucracy, and it became the basis for affirmative action. No society that excludes from positions of play a group of its people can hope to have sustainable effectiveness in advance of that vision. This is why the best person must be chosen. The best person that feels and knows the country well must be chosen, but that person has to be inclusive of any group of people who have been excluded. That's the way that we make this country.
Thank you. Lagos Business School. We have now arrived to the real business of the day. Presentations by ethnic nationalities. Please, I hope you have your pen and paper to draw, because after the presentation, we'll be able to have interactive session. Because this meeting is a dialogue, it's a conversation on the way forward towards Nigeria 2023 transition. As the team goes, it's a make if we have common unity, or we might, then the rest will be useful. I'd like to begin to invite these eminent personalities by opening it with a quote from John F. Kennedy, former President of the United States of America. He said, and I quote, "Peace is a daily, a weekly, a monthly process, gradually changing opinions, slowly eroding old barriers, quietly building new structures," unquote. On this note, distinguished delegates to this meeting, gentlemen of the press, ladies and gentlemen, join me and make welcome the leader of Yoruba Nation, who have been described as radical progressive politician, a lawyer, a nationalist, one with a strong voice in the 20th and 21st centuries, former Zikis movement and Awoi's group, action group. He's the leader of a very firm, which is socio-cultural organization for the Yoruba people of Nigeria. Chief Ayo Adebanjo. On to you, dear sir. As I hand it over, I subscribe to my turn above, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
is our friends in the international community, Nigeria, notable politicians in Nigeria, we were there together in 2014. The civil senators who are here, former governors who are here, they are here to solve the Nigerian problem. Please, let us pay attention to the point that I'm going to say so that I can be able to decide very well. It's a great pleasure for me and my organization, Advocacy, to participate in today's great event titled Nigeria 2023 Presidential Transition Inter-Ethnic Peace Dialogue. We sincerely want to thank the sponsors and organizers of this great event for their concern and love for the continued existence of our country in peace and unity. It's gratifying to note that organizers of this program acknowledge the fact that our country, Nigeria, is presently faced with critical threats capable of endangering another civil war and the forceful political breakup. The letter of invitation sent to us, the organizer said earlier, and I quote, Nigeria is on the brink of a second civil war, and certainly will not survive it. The political atmosphere is already oversaturated. With tension and getting more combustible and volatile. This is the reason we must act now in order to prevent the ethnic cleansing, bloodbath, mass murder, genocide, and forceful disintegration waiting to happen. The damaging consequences will be grievous if these critical warnings are taken for granted. We are sitting on a ticking time bomb. It's about to explode. End of quote. There's no doubt whatsoever that Nigeria is presently faced with critical threats of imminent second civil war and forceful political breakup, and perhaps even more. Indicators see impact of the impact in the scale of banditry going on in the country, in the unprecedented level of kidnapping and destruction of government properties and being witnessed presently in this, and of course, the stringent voices for secession. Before going and many others that are not mentioned here, that are not mentioned, are put into consideration, there could not be any controversy that Nigeria is indeed on the precipice. To us in Advocacy, it is possible to reverse this trend and prevent Nigeria from falling into dungeon and perhaps against the and that about to break up into pieces that cannot even be sewn together if ever again. Although we are the precipice, not now to us, the solution is simple. Change the constitution to a federal system. Majority of things cause tension, disharmony, instability in the country today, namely revenue allocation, security, ethnicity, evolution of power, have been taken care of by our founding fathers in the pre-independence federal constitution. Pre-independence federal constitution unfortunately, however, the military dominated by northern Muslims incursion into the political arena in 1966 scuttled the constitution and introduced a military unity constitution. Since then, the great 1999 constitution, the present 1999 constitution, is treated in favor of the North against the South. It arbitrarily creates more states and local government in the North than the South. And based on this fraud, prescribes some first monthly financial allocation to the states that produce very little, if at all. And while those who produce more get only a piece. Let me say here again, for emphasis and clarity, that the creation of states and local government in areas was not based on the principle of equity, justice, fair play. For example, against the demographic norms, the North, with enormous areas of unoccupied arid land, is said to be more in population than the South. It is only in Nigeria that the no rule in geography all over the world, that the nearer the desert, the fewer the population is obeyed in the past. In the North, training a population that cannot be physically verified, except they are going to count the cows and the cattle in the area. This forced population is used to give more political representation in the legislative chambers, where decisions affecting the whole country are taken. Also, and in a manner suffused with impunity, Kano State, which was created in 1967, and with the identical population with Lagos State, created on the same date and time, now has 77 local governments. The Lagos State still battle with only 20 local government areas. Also, these obnoxious constitution, the governors, also in this obnoxious constitution, the governors are described as the chief security officers of their respective states. But all the apparatus of security are vested in the federal government. Just making it possible for the governors described as chief security officers to be able to deploy the personnel of any of the security agencies. It is the firm contention of assembly that 1999 Constitution is a fraud. His grammar says, we the people of the Federal Republic. The question is, did we make the Constitution? No. Are we federal? No. And with the number of constitutional and international lawyers in this country is blessed with. President Buhari now asks us to amend the Constitution we never make. And to make logic stand on the amendment is to be made by the National Assembly, which is a beneficiary of the fraudulent Constitution. This
this country needs a brand new constitution. All the nationalities in the country. If a new constitution is made on the basis of true federalism, there will be no more agitation for Biafra. There will be no more agitation for Sudan Republic and other self-determination groups, because what gave back to their agitation would have been taken care of. So we are calling on all those who are supporting President Muhammad Buhari to persuade him to let us change the constitution to what we call our own constitution, a constitution that prescribes genuine and true federalism that can rise in the structure of Nigeria. If this is done, his name will be written in book. Such a constitution that restructures Nigeria to federalism will prevent the country from going under. Your Excellency, Ladies and gentlemen, and fellow Nigerians, let this state hear loud and clear that Africa does not believe this or support secession. And we all know apology for being the chief advocate for restructuring Nigeria to federalism. Let the opponents of restructuring and cohorts of the federal government stop the blackmail of labeling advocates of surgery as secessionists. Advocates of surgery are federalists, not secessionists. The irreducible minimum condition of the Yoruba being part of Nigeria is a restructured Nigeria to federalism. Yoruba land will not be Nigeria under the pressure of no just military control. For record, that we are the only organization that has fought relentlessly for the unity of this country. When the North, led by Shangana and Sokoto, wanted to celebrate 1953, when he declared 9-point program of separation, it was an idea that persuaded the North from soldiering and the fears of the North under a unity form of government will be taken care of under a federal system. This action gave our the pseudonym father of federalism to Nigeria. It is worth recalling for those who either did not know or for those who might have who have forgotten that affected party action was the only party that had elected members in all the parliament in every part of Nigeria Federation during the First Republic. It is the opposition party led by Sule Panjo in the Northern House of Assembly, opposition party in the Eastern House of Assembly led by L.D. Moku, and opposition party in the Federal House led by Chief Excellent Akitola, and of course, we formed the government in Western Region under chief of African law. No other political party can have that distinction. So for anyone to underrate the contribution that we Yorubas have made to the unity of this country, it means that person is either not conversant with the contemporary Nigerian issue or is it just deceived. Now, happen in related areas of the problem beginning else, I will spend the rest of my speech on what we in Africa are bringing to the table for consideration. We believe strongly that the proposal below will bring us back from the precipice and salvage the country. At independence, Nigeria was being run on a federal structure with 3 near autonomous regions. This was later increased to 4 with the creation of the Western state. But the military junta that seized power in 1966 dismantled the regional structure and instead imposed a unitary system of government on the country. The damage this caused was devastating, and we are still reading under its debilitating effects even now. It's a universal answer that power resides in the people. For this reason, we are hereby proposing that ethnic nationalities and peoples of Nigeria be allowed to exercise their mandate and sovereignty on how they want to live together under a mutually beneficial terms. Following the above, something like the United Region of Nigeria is hereby proposed. The structure can take the following form. But before talking about the form, let me emphasize that there should be no artificially prescribed number of regions in a manner that may foreclose the rights of the people that desire to organize themselves as a semi-autonomous regional member of the Nigerian state. So long as territory desiring some regional status and guarantee its self-sustenance and viability as an entity. In this proposal, power and authority formulate the article of association to form the central government of Nigeria shall be in effect lies jointly and separately with the ethnic nationalities occupying their respective territories and not the lawmakers who are randomly picked. Nigeria can be subsequently organized into a union or federation of voluntarily associating cooperative regional entities like we had up to 1966. Unlike what we have presently, each region may have a constitution of its own, which is spelled out how it will be governed. There will be a national constitution binding all the regions in the country together. In this latter constitution, will be spelled out our mutually agreed terms under which the peoples of the country agree to cohabit together as citizens of the same country. As a proposing as one of the resolution of this summit, a template that will make it possible for indeed encourage every ethnic nationality to organize themselves into ethnic nationalities in the country in a harmonious ethnic nationalities in the country. We are encouraged to prepare their documents on terms of agreement between now and December 2021. The documents of nationalities in which mutually respected manner and in which mutually respected manner. From such coordination of time will emerge regional constitution out of which national constitution will be formed. The constitution, each regional or national level, must accord or qualify respect to democratic norms and the rights of the people to actively participate in matters that have to do with their lives. The constitutions must also emphasize true federalism in such a way that no region or area will have power to lord it over another region or area. Among the expected contents of the implicit constitution are unreserved powers of the region over natural resources in their respective areas. Education, health, electricity, security, and economy, etc. Thereby further as proposed that this region furnish 10% of what it generates to the national purse. The region retains 30%, the state takes 35%, while the local government takes 25%. In order to ensure that this proposal does not go the way of various reports that have come before various panels or assemblies constituted by government, timeline is thereby suggested in the following manner. In every nationalities in the country, they are encouraged to prepare their document. Every nationalities in the country, they are encouraged to prepare their document in terms of the data between now and December 2021. The documents of the nationalities in which they propose the kind of regional government they want to form be collated and considered between January and March 2022. The product of this process is then produce the document that will become the constitution of the United Regions of Nigeria or Federal Republic of Nigeria. As stated earlier, issues of true federalism must be central in every of the constitution or article of engagement so produced true federalism that emphasizes self-determination. A national referendum can be conducted on the adoption of the final constitution for the social Nigeria around middle of 2022. The said constitution can then become operational from October 1, 2022. The committee can set up to work out the details of the proposal hereby suggested. They are ready to present the details as the proceeding to the said committee in format. It is the belief of our fellow that it will be unrealistic and unpatriotic in our present precarious disintegrating tendencies. The Buhari government should contemplate holding any election before the proposed harmonious institution becomes operational. We believe that should be a country before an election is contemplated. I felt very present this proposal for the consideration of this dialogue with the hope that the faithful implementation will save the country from disintegration and its citizens will henceforth live in peace and unity. Thank you very much.
Submitted by Chief Advocate, in line with the theme of this dialogue, Fenifere is saying simply, we need a national constitution before 2023 transition, and we need true federalism as well. Thank you very much. Yes, thank you. Another round of applause. Thank you, sir. The presentation continued on ethnic nationalities. For want of time, we will want to create the indulgence of the next speakers if they can help. That would be very Very impressive. Next to submit will be Ohaneze Ndigbo. We already listened to the President, His Excellency Professor George Obiozo, and before he left, he delegated the members of the Ohaneze Ndigbo leadership from His Excellency Chief Obadike Ndigbo.
Yeah, give me a mic.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm happy to be here and I welcome everybody here. My public enemy number one has delivered the Western Nigerian position. I have the mandate of the President of Ohaneze to give the Ohaneze position. Before I begin giving Ohaneze position, I want to say that we, the people of the Southeast, adopt in full all the recommendations of Advocacy. It now go a bit further. My first point is this. My public enemy number one represents one of the major problems of Nigeria. And I, myself, from where I come, represent another major problem of Nigeria. If we remove public enmity and we agree, then Nigeria will have a chance of long-term survival and leadership of Africa. Now, I begin my speech. First of all, I'm sorry and I pay tribute to the family of Gulag, the state of Gulag, and all the patriotic people of Nigeria. May his soul rest in peace. Ladies and gentlemen, I have been saying, Nigeria is a gem of a nation. God designed Nigeria for unmatched greatness. Some people have mentioned the weather, the climate, the resources are so poor. But what have we got? Is it unmatched greatness? Instead, we are now achieving the position of poverty capital of the world. Till the match. Yes, the American International Relations Council and the Kennedy School of Government of Harvard have declared Nigeria to be a fully failed state. The states are three: a weak state, a failed state, and a fully failed state. We are now declared as fully failed. What do we do about it? we know where it started. The military who ruled Nigeria from 1966 ruined Nigeria. Everything they did was to remove the structure of Nigeria, which the World Bank in the 1960s, early 60s said parts of Nigeria were growing faster than the rest of the world. That's where we were before the coup. After the coup, we went to war. To win the war, the federal government wanted to isolate the Igbo in the east, so that Ojukwu's command wouldn't be as effective on the rest of the non-Igbo people. That was the reason for the creation of 12 states, abandoning the regional formation and the unit and federal system. Yes. What did we achieve from the military action? Poverty capital of the world. But the point is that many of us have been talking, criticizing. This is time now for action. This is now time for action. And if the people here agree, we can get that action. There is need for emergency national conference. Emergency national conference. To use the reports of 2014 conference, combine it with 1963 constitutions, and get us a national constitution, a new constitution. Any effort at the amendment of 1999 is a waste of time. What do we do? It is consistent with the very position that we have an emergency national conference which will examine proposals from various ethnic groups and review all the reports of various constitutional conferences. I was chairman, power sharing committee in one of the national conferences. And we agreed on rotation of presidential power. It's not now a matter only of justice, equity, and fairness. We should look at ourselves. Which other group in Nigeria makes Nigeria look like a nation? Our people, my people, are in every corner of Nigeria. We make Nigeria look like a nation. And we have a saying, where you live, you develop. That is why you look around anywhere you go, you see buildings, modern buildings. We have a problem. Farmhouse. All those from the southeast, please go home with this problem of farmhouse and find out where. we can redress it. But my public enemy number one has become my public friend number one. And we should work together to rescue Nigeria. Yes, and the Oduduwa, Diaspora, all of those. Every group in Nigeria should find Nigeria in their best interest. But that's not possible if government is not caring at all. We have 4 zones in South Middle Belt. The 4 zones went to court to challenge the president for not respecting federal character in appointments. What have you seen now? The recent appointment of Chief of Minister has gone where they all go and makes matters worse. It is time for all of us to together plead with God to touch the heart of Buhari. The heart of kings are in the hands of God. Let's pray God to touch the heart of Buhari. Make him wake up. I show care and concern for the welfare of Nigerians. As of now, it's a matter of impunity, don't care, etc. This is not the Nigeria we know, we used to know. On Independence Night, I led a carol around the village I was in. We were all rejoicing. During some of the gone period, there was some effort to grow. But today, fully failed state. There's no point in crying. No point in crying. Action. Let the press tell the government and all of us that there is need today for emergency national conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you, His Excellency. All party care and economists from prestigious University College of Art obtained PhD from the prestigious University of the United States. Before we take the next presentations, and then we go into interactive session, may I just crave indulgence to stand up from where you are seated just for a minute and stretch your leg. That way you feel better. 1 minute stretch, please. Just a minute stretch. While you're standing, I'll call on the next presenter, who will be presenting on behalf of the Middle Belt Forum. Dr. Beatrice Fogo is the leader of the Middle Belt Forum, MBF. And as he walks in, don't forget that Ohanes adopted in full the position of a Afenifere group, and in addition calls for immediate national conference. Dr. Beatrice Fogo, Middle Belt Forum.
It's Dr. Fogo Beatrice, not Beatrice Fogo, please. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I would wish that you relax and sit down so that we can have a meeting and an organized one.
Yes.
It's more than 2 minutes. We cannot speak. Thank you. Sit down so we continue. We'll be here soon. Thank you.
Your Excellencies, distinguished leaders, both on the floor and those on the high table, the Middle Belt concur with what we presented yesterday. And of course, what Advocacy presented today is just an expansion of what we presented yesterday. So our position remains the same with what we presented as our communique. However, before now, a man came from the north who said the north is ready to succeed if the circumstances warrant. And he said he speaks for the north. It's good to clarify some things. When the British came to the north, I can only even use my small place as an example before I come to the Williams Commission. I'm from Chibok, in the southern part of Borno. And when the British came, because these are historical facts, they came to Chibok, our people resisted and started shooting arrows. The man leading the expedition, one lieutenant, was wounded, and they left in 1902. They had to come back in 1906 and fought our people from November 1906 and continued picketing till February 1907 when Chibok fell. After that, what happened was the land was divided into two, half of it taken to Adamawa, and the other half left as part of Borno. And through the indirect route, we continue to be subjects of Borno, having new colonial masters which we never had before. Now, this example I'm saying is something that obtains in so many areas, nationalities in northern Nigeria. And because of the peculiarity that we were never under the sultanate of Borno, neither were many of these nationalities under the caliphate, the colonial masters brought in the Williams Commission to look at the plight of the minorities in Nigeria. And as a result, a report was generated. A map was also generated. Parts of southern Borno, Adamawa, Taraba, parts of Gombe, Bauchi, the whole of Plateau, southern Kaduna, up to Kebbi, the Zulu area. They were all part of the area designated as the Middle Belt at that time. Now, when the colonial masters discovered that if a region were to be created for the Middle Belt people, that is the minorities of the North wouldn't have the capacity to compete favorably with the other zones of the country. Even at that, with the Middle Belt, when this first census took place, the North was still number 3 in terms of population. The East, along with Bamenda, had high population, followed by the Southwest, and then the North. But the British wanted the North to dominate Nigeria and therefore subjugated the Middle Belters under a colossal North, which had landmass, but little population, to dominate the whole of Nigeria. And therefore, even after the colonial masters left, Midwest was created to satisfy some of the minorities of the South, but the Middle Belt was never created. So if my brother says the North is going, be sure the Middle Belt is not going with you. You are on your own.
very much for that, but it's good for our people to know. Because the sittings of the Willings Commission, that's another thing I want them to know. Didn't just hold, North Central is a contraction as far as we are concerned, a geopolitical creation by some military fear. What we know is that those sittings took place in the whole part of the Middle Belt, as I said, because some of the sittings in the northeastern part were made at Numa, and some in the Zulu part of the country. People in southern Kaduna had sittings, on the plateau they had sittings, and therefore all these areas could existed as unconquered areas by the caliphate, constitute the Middle Belt. And we still remain proud of who we are. We have served to keep this country together. Our people sacrificed all those schools you hear. You said the Northerners. The Middle Belters were used to fight, and then the Northerners said to benefit. Today, we are taking things in our hands, and we are going to ensure that our people realize their freedom. Now, the attacks we've had has again exposed the hypocrisy in the North. I mean, under the guise of herdsmen, farmers, conflict, people have been attacked, killed in mass, sometimes through questionable characters. For example, some of the attacks you will find armored personnel carriers being used. Herdsmen don't have armored personnel carriers. That means there is a conspiracy against the Middle Belt, but this is a story for another day. All we are saying is restructuring has to be done so that we can do things right and have a country where all of us can say this is our own. What we are saying before 2023, because that's one of the things, items on the theme of this meeting. Before 2023, if at all by the grace of God we get there, we should ensure that votes count. And in saying that votes count, we are also saying that there has to be electronic voting. Yes. And electronic voting, hold on. The first stage is there has to be electronic transfer of the accredited voters. Yes. Yes. So after accreditation, which is done through the card reader, that accreditation has to be transmitted to know how many people really voted. And then number two, when the voting is over, it has to again be transmitted to a server where all Nigerians can see. When 10 people vote and then you go and write 1,000, it's unacceptable. We cannot have that. So before 2023, if by the grace of God we get there, we have to have an electoral law that allows for electronic voting, electronic transfer of votes of application so that votes will count. By doing that, we can say Nigeria's process of restructuring would have started. Thank you very
much. He began by adopting the entire position of a peripheral like Ohaneze did, and also did mention is an expansion of what they have submitted earlier. He added that 2023 is hinged on an electronic voting and electronic transfer of votes. That means 2023 must ensure transparency and accountability. Thank you, Dr. Bob. The last but not the least, some presentations from ethnic nationalities is Pan Niger Delta Forum, PANDED. And the chairman of PANDED is Senator Emmanuel Christian Ibo, fellow of Nigerian Society of Engineers. He's from Bible State, a graduate of electrical and electronics engineer. And he also read in Ottawa, Ontario, where he became an expert in civil engineering. Please join me and welcome Senator Emmanuel Christian.
Over me. Sometimes it's good to correct the profile so that if you have something to offer, but you know how to do it. Yes, I'm a graduate of electrical electronics engineering and also a graduate of civil engineering and a fellow of the Nigerian Society of Engineers. Former deputy chief in the Senate of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. The leader of Afghanistan, who is the oldest person here. That leader was here. The oldest person. So I congratulate you, sir, for being so strong, even in actions and your voice. The other leaders of the different groups that are here, the convener of these subjects and the delegates that are here. I want to speak as national chairman of PANEL. The national leader sends his apologies, and yesterday he was sure he would be here. The circumstances beyond his control has made it impossible for him to be here. So I will speak on his behalf and on behalf of PANEL. Yesterday we met as Southern Nigeria and Middle Belt Forum. And we took a position about these issues that we are talking about today. And I want to say that PANEL stands completely with that position. Just to highlight a few things, because the problem we have in Nigeria is that history was taken out of the curriculum of the education of the children of this country. And that has been the pain of our problem. Many of the things we are hearing today, so many people would have read them from history, but unfortunately, it was taken out. Part of the major problem that we are having in Nigeria is the discovery of oil in the Nigerian Delta in 1954. If there was no oil in Nigeria, maybe Nigeria would have gone very far, because each region or state would have been concentrating in its potential to generate revenue. Because before we had that this quantum of oil that we are having and depending on it, the Southwest had the cocoa, the timber, the rubber plantations, and many, they could do a lot. They built the University of Ibadan, many institutions from there. The Southeast, we had palm produce, and we depended on that and Arabian produce. And we built the University of Nigeria, Zoga. The North had the cotton, the granules, and they could build Ahmadu University from there. Southwest also bears the University of Lagos and Ife, all from their resources. But with the discovery of oil and Nigeria, the dependency on that oil is the bane of this problem. So, therefore, you'll find that people have been very idle in Nigeria doing nothing. Coming to Abuja every month to collect money and squander. You notice that the North Central that receives 20% from federation accounts produces 0 to the federation account. The Northeast that receives 16% contributes 0. The Northwest that receives 21% contributes 0. The Southwest receives 16% and contributes 3.97%. The Southeast contributes, receives 11% and contributes 25.07%. South receives 15% and contributes 70.64. I'm speaking as somebody who was 5 years ago a member of Revenue Mobilization, Allocation, and Fiscal Commission. So you find also that when you talk of VAT, you see that the oil companies that are operating in the Niger Delta region are headquartered in Lagos. And all the VAT and taxes are paid in Lagos. So and the position of the Niger Delta is that Nigeria will need this emergency conference for restructuring of this country. Presidency, as we agreed yesterday, should be zoned to the south. Because after the 8 years of President Muhammadu Buhari, he should go back to the south. These are our positions in addition to the other resolutions we had yesterday. Thank you.
Distinguished Senator Emmanuel, Chairman, he's speaking on behalf of their leader, Chief Edwin Clark, who is unavoidably absent. He supports restructuring. Version that is, if what you want to say has not been mentioned. Oh, a member of the New Diaspora, sorry, I said offender. I'm sorry. So you're recognized. Recognize yourself. And welcome to the event.
Let me use this tripod. I don't understand.
For an event of this magnitude, there must be a continuity. All the speakers have been able to enumerate the issues that we are facing as a nation. And the organizers of this event have the wisdom to create something that can continue to help us to implement all that we have listened to this afternoon. There will be an unveiling of that continuity body known as United Nigeria Advocacy Committee, UNAC. It's going to be unveiled. I think within 5 minutes we can do that. Then we'll be in the session, and this meeting will be getting close to the time of our departure. I would like to humbly invite the former governor of Ondo State, former minister, His Excellency, Dr. Mimiko, to do this unveiling. Dr. Mimiko, United Nigeria Advocacy Committee will be unveiled now.
I pay my respects to my leader, and all the leaders of people. I want to congratulate.
Who is doing that?
Comrade Kennedy and team. Hold on first.
Hold on.
I want to congratulate the team that has put this together. Come to think of it, this is a national conference of sorts. I make bold to say most of the major stakeholders in the Nigerian project, most of them are here today. And I know that bringing all of you distinguished Nigerians together has not been an easy task. This is a testimony to doggedness, it's a testimony to patriotic zeal. It is a testimony to that can-do spirit that will ensure the survival of our nation. I congratulate the anchor, Comrade Kennedy here. I've listened attentively, and I've come to one conclusion, that conferences like this, and we've had quite a number of these conferences, we've had interactions, and before we know it, we have generated national consensus on some fundamental issues. Whatever meaning you give into it, or whatever the nomenclature, some call it restructuring, some call it re-engineering, whatever name you call it, across board, there is national consensus that this constitution is not working, and we've got to do something about it. Yes, in terms of communication of this nomenclature, people may have issues. It could be emotive, like Patrick said. But nobody can deny the fact that we've got to tinker with Nigeria if Nigeria must remain as a nation, and if it must fulfill what looks like its natural destiny to be the leader of nations. Number two, and this is very important, there also seems to be a stakeholder consensus on the need to actually do away with this constitution and bring on board another constitution. And I've had this in several conferences. What I have not had is how do we do it constitutionally? Because it's easy for us to say, let's convene a national emergency conference. Supposing it's not convened. How can we leverage on the existing constitution to bring about the jettisoning of the present constitution and bring about the constitution that we desire? And my own intervention in this regard is that there is only one amendment that is necessary. And that amendment is that we must include a clause in the constitution that empowers us to do away with this constitution, constitute a constituent assembly, and through referendum, give ourselves a new constitution. We can leverage on the present process to just put in one clause. That clause is present in the Constitution of Australia, for example. It's a clause that says that this constitution, there's an amended clause, but there's a clause that says with so percentage of people are sending to it, that this constitution can be done away with completely. And when you talk of an autonomous constitution, there must be an election of a constituent assembly from the people, and that result must be subjected to referendum. So I think we must work and advocate for that clause. And we have the capacity to do it. Because in this hall, I can see representative of the major stakeholders in this country. And what that means is that we can go back and sensitize our members in the House of Assembly, the National Assembly, that we need a clause that will make it possible for us to do away with this constitution. And we must leverage on this ongoing process to get that done. My number two intervention. And I want to thank the leader of the Middle Belt Forum. And we cannot overemphasize this. And this is very important. Because we talk about the autonomous constitution given by the people. And you can't talk of that constitution without talking of election of a constituent assembly and a subsequent referendum that will endorse. The question I ask myself today, if today we are even empowered to elect a constituent assembly using INEC and the existing electoral bill, how can we be sure that it will not be rigged against us? So it's one thing for us to keep talking about referendum. I think we have a hold on that process. So that is why, to my mind, what is also very important is this electoral reform. We must insist, we must generate and mainstream the communication that the electoral bill in the National Assembly, which incorporates or must incorporate electronic transfer of accredited voters and electronic transfer of results, must be brought to be reality. It will be transparent, then we can be sure that even if we have the opportunity of electing a constituent assembly, that assembly can represent the view that we have espoused with so much passion and mental resource today. So those two, I really think we must pay attention. We must mainstream the issue of the electoral bill. It must be signed into law. Because when we say referendum, who tells you that you can have a referendum that will not be hyper-monetized? Who tells you that you can elect a constituent assembly that will truly represent the interests of the people using the present electoral bills? Having said this as my own little intervention, I now want to proceed to unveil this. And the importance of this is that we have had conferences and we have had agreement on many issues. So at the end of every conference, we are waiting for the next conference. At the end of every conference, we're waiting for the next conference. I have attended at least 20 conferences on restructuring. We are only waiting for the next conference. We are waiting for the next resolution. We are waiting. But like somebody has said, and I have seen that as the trajectory of discussion today, we have thought enough, we must do something. We must act. And for you to be able to act, there must be a mechanism and a platform that affords you that opportunity to act, so that everything does not end here today. And this is why I salute the resourcefulness and the imagination and the creativity of this organization to say that based on our discussions and the way forward for this country, if we must avoid a civil war, by the way, the war will be multi-party war, it will be war of militia neighborhoods, it will be war, almost a war without end. If we must avoid that, and I want to avoid it, and I'm sure everybody here wants to avoid a civil war, we must have an organization that will advance this advocacy, mainstream it, and you know what? Convert it into powerful electoral power to be able to effect the change we need in this country without having to fight each other. Once again, it is my pleasure on behalf of this wonderful organization, Youth on the Streets, and their partners in the diaspora, to unveil this wonderful platform, the United Nigeria Advocacy Committee, building awareness and partnership across the length and breadth of this country. This is handshake across the Niger, this handshake across the Benue, this handshake across Nigeria, so that we will be united in bringing about a united Nigeria that is progressive, a united Nigeria that cares for everybody. Be you in the north, in the east, in the west. The whole essence of our struggle is to bring and raise people from poverty. And poverty has no name, no region. Poverty to the cattle grazer is the same thing, poverty to everybody. But with this organization, we will be able to mainstream the need to truly restructure Nigeria along all the goals and trajectory we have agreed to do. I therefore unveil this in the name of the Father, in the name of the Son, in the name of the Holy Spirit.
Amen.
Thank you. God bless you.
As the official unveiling of the United Nigeria Advocacy Committee, unite for our promise, building awareness and partnerships across the length and breadth of Nigeria. Distinguished delegates, this is the cross, the crescendo of where we're here, so that we can together move forward. I didn't mention earlier before His Excellency came up. This is a dialogue, and we cannot say to have it complete if we don't hear from the floor. Not the floor, sorry, everybody here is on the high table. I mean, forgive me. And like I say, 4 men, 2 women, that is, if what you want to say has not been mentioned. And again, it has to be on the way forward towards 2023 election. Don't go outside the presentation that was made here. Don't go saying something different, thereby digressing. Please, no protocol, go straight to the point. If it's a contribution or a question that you want to direct, this is the time now. And I'm craving the indulgence of our big man at the high table to moderate this. Am I permitted, sir? Thank you very much. Well, okay. No more 2 minutes, 1 minute. Just your name straight to the point.
My name is Gary Ajayi. I want to move that the template given to us by Pa Ayo Adebanjo, since there is timeline and framework to use, I want to submit or move that we adopt it as a working paper. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Somebody's hand is up. Go to another table. Yes, go give him.
Yeah, my name is Professor Charles Mweka.
I support the motion. Aya Debanjo has presented a wonderful template. The leader of Southeast supported it. The leader of Middle Belt supported it. I am equally supporting that we adopt it as a working document. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Now we have a motion and a seconder on our very position. Now to the right-hand side.
Nobody's talking again. Vote.
No, I hope you're not on the same issue, sir. Something new? Okay, let's take something new here. Come back to this first table. Are you saying something new, sir?
Yes.
Okay. Just speak from there, sir.
I am Senator Philip Arwai Yunga from Nasarawa, North Central. I want to concord with what my leader has said, the leader of the Middle Belt. However, I want to draw our attention to North Central in particular. North Central, right from the democratic period, you understand that we have been saying we have 6 geopolitical zones in Nigeria. And North Central have never benefited in any of the position in Aswa Rock or maybe in the leadership. You can see that in 1979, a leadership was produced, the president was produced from
not another speech, sir. Just
it's not, I'm bringing my analysis. I gave this excuse me, please.
Please tell us. Just you want Middle Belt, power to shift to Middle Belt, is that it?
No, it will come back.
I'm talking of North Central in particular. North Central in particular. Yes. The North Central has an agitation as well. That right from the time inception of the democracy, we have never produced the president, neither the vice president. But other zones have produced. Yes, it's correct. If you want me to make an analysis, I will do it. Now, and secondly, way forward for this issue of peace in this nation, the absence of institutional capacity is one of the major problems that we are having here. Institutional capacity. We need to address that issue because the security arms that we're talking of, they are not taking care of any issues because they don't have the capacity. That one needs to be addressed if there's anything forthcoming. Selective prosecution of either fraud or violence have been the root causes of some of the root causes of this issue that we're facing in the North Central.
Thank you. I can get your point.
Yes.
Yes. You are trying to mentioning the fact that North Central also needs an understanding.
Yes, we are. That is just to bring it on notice as well.
Thank
and
you.
I've endorsed what the leader of the Middle Belt has said. But I want you to put it on record that North Central has never done that one. Thank you.
Not what is good for the gander. For the goose is good for the gander. That's what he's saying. And I swear he didn't mention the fact that institutional capacity is very important to driving this nation forward. Something new, please.
Something new, please. My name is Ken Robinson. I'm the National Publicity Secretary of Diaspora. And I think that I should make this intervention. I support the motion moved by the gentleman that our father's presentation should be adopted as a document for the committee to look at. But I also want to submit that there was a meeting yesterday where 4 regional groups here represented, Afenifere Panda for Anezedigo and the Middle Belt Forum, made fundamental positions on some of the issues we are discussing here. And I felt that the communique that came out of that meeting should also be submitted to whatever group that will be set up here for to look at it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A woman now, please. Madam, please, 1 minute straight to the point. No, she's raising her. Okay, after her, please. After Madam there, we will come back to Chief Mrs. Chika.
I'm here to put to clarity about Igbo and IPOP. IPOP people, nowhere. Chief Mrs. Njokobi. The Igbo man or woman believes in the commercial activities. Not only that, he believes in growth.
But please don't go outside.
There is no host community that Igbos have stayed and had problems with such community in Nigeria. Therefore, the issue of IPOP killing or doing that or that, it is false. And I'm ready to defend it.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Then the last but not the least, the woman on the right. There's something new. Any youth that want to say something? Youth, okay, after her. Chief Mrs. Chika, please.
Thank you very much.
1 minute. Something new. And wait forward.
My own mission is that the Nigerian Union Elders Council, as represented by our president, Mama Felicia Sani, the market woman, says that whatever decisions that are taken here is exactly the decision of the Nigerian Women Elders Council. That is one. And secondly, we are proposing for this August gathering to look into the anthem of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. If we will go back to the first anthem, which is much more, yes, than the first one, Nigeria we hail thee. Maybe that will help our cause. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chief Mrs. She's informing us. Thank you very much. Youth.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Barry.
Something new, way forward.
National Leader of African Democratic Congress. It is all believed that the wisdom of elders and the strength of the youth is the way to move forward in Nigeria. If the 98 million and counting Nigerians was to make up a nation, would be the 16th most populous Black nation in the world. We are in this dialogue, and only one person had really mentioned something that concerns Nigerian youth. We can't talk about 2022 election without talking about Nigerian youth. We're the most populous when it comes to women and youth. They come out to vote most. We can't, in Nigeria, we talk about the next election instead of the next 20 years. It's time for us to start looking inwards and start thinking what's the way forward for Nigeria. We can't be planning for the next election when other nations are planning for the next 20 years, 50 years, and we think about the next general election. So I think enough is enough. It's time for us. We need, elders should respect the fact that when an elder has a child, he wants the child to take responsibility. We are not fighting the elders or fighting they want to take power. We need your wisdom and we need the strength of the youth to move Nigeria forward. So my own opinion as a youth and also as a lawyer, I think for the way forward for Nigeria, we need to start giving youth a chance. Not be saying that youth are not yet ready to go, but we need the wisdom of elders to guide and direct us. So this is my humble solution. Thank you very much.
Thank you, youth. Thank you very much.
Sorry, I'm recognized.
I think it's important for our young ones to know that the totality of what we are doing is for the future of this country. That Baba there is 93, level to 94. He left Lagos 2 days ago, came for a conference yesterday, another conference today, talking about a restructured Nigeria. For whom? It's for the youth. So our young ones must key into this process. Everything about restructuring, everything we are doing to prevent Nigeria from going into a multi-party war without end is for the youth. If there is warfare today, either it is precipitated by the ethnocentric entrepreneurs or by all manners of religious bigotry, and all manners of conspiracy. It is young ones that will die in battle. That is why the totality of all of this, trying to ensure that this nation, this beautiful nation that has been given to us, does not go into the hand of the dogs. Let us retrieve this nation from all these manners of entrepreneurs that pretend that they are patriots. Let the patriots stand up. Let us know that restructuring, it is not South versus North. Every part of this country will benefit from restructuring. The goal is that alone is enough to take care of a whole country. But what do we have today? Just a few people hiding under some very nebulous and iniquitous constitutional provision. Come to Federal Ministry of Mining, pay some money, get a physical deal, and go and be transpiring gold out of this country every day. The type of mineral deposit we have in the north is enough to take care of 10 nations, including uranium and perhaps lithium, the most esoteric of solid minerals today are in the north. So restructuring is not North versus South. It's for the development of this country. No black man anywhere in the world can be proud if Nigeria does not make it. So it is a duty for all of us, including the young ones. We want you to translate all of this into electoral power, or you must understand history and what we are doing here. We are doing this for the future of this nation. We realize the fact that we have young people that are alienated, young people that have no hope. It is the fault of generations above us and our generation. But we want to live in Nigeria you'll be proud of. Young ones, you can capture the world. You are the Nigeria we are looking at the future. This is for you. Go and conscientize your young ones to get involved in this process. God bless you.
Thank you. For that intervention. God bless you. God bless you. We know very well that if we are to allow more speeches, everyone's hand is up, that we have to close this very event, especially for our elder statesmen here. So we have come almost to the end of this event. We have major points that we are to include in the communique, especially restructuring for truth and journalism, which the communique just mentioned, and also the need for electoral reform to ensure electoral voting and real-time electronic transmission of results for 2023 elections. This meeting also adopts rotation president. Emphasis on a new constitution, complete new constitution and not amendment. Also, this meeting adopts rotational presidency, but for effective leadership and not for mediocres to emerge. This meeting acknowledges the fact that every local government in this country has qualified leader to emerge. So zoning should not be an avenue for us to have those who are from number 50 downwards in terms of number of qualification, that our first 11 should be able to emerge from that process. This meeting also acknowledges the fact that justice, fairness, transparency, and accountability should be a watchword in resource allocation. We are the rapporteur group. I'm going to put all this together. I will be able to forward online to you if you drop your email, because there are certain adoptions that we need to include in this whole community, especially the meetings of yesterday. We are going to have it and together with it. There will be a press conference to properly inaugurate UNAC. We have just unveiled UNAC. That very press conference, maybe a few days from now, to be able to have a complete communique. This note, distinguished delegates, our elders, I just talked about communication issue here now. I highlighted the major input into the community. Number one, there's preponderance of opinion that their very different positions should be adopted. Yes. Yes, and that's what I'm saying. You are not listening, so you were discussing when I was mentioning that. And yesterday meeting will also be incorporated. That's we are not going to add our own. We don't have our own discussion here to add. We are together as a country. This country must move forward because we cannot trade on the road of Rwanda or Somalia and the likes. We will not be able to afford that kind of displacement. God forbid. On this note, I would like to invite our elders at the high table to step down for a group photograph. Step down here for a group photograph to create memory of this very great meeting.
Somewhere stay there so that because of height. Then other just one group. This group can stand. Then this one.
The front row here can stand here. The people behind are coming front. The people on this front row stand. The people behind come. We also inviting
It is not right. No.
Shall have you sit down there. Okay, stay where you are. The first row, sit down. The back stand. iPad chair, join. Governor, maybe go, please. Join at the back. Papina, come ready here.
Time to end it now. Nothing.
Ushers, please come and get the teapots. Ushers, come and clear the table. Clear the table. Cups and waters.
Then the one there. What a Ben Forum. Which one are you? No, we don't have a gun.
Everybody who may not be able to
ask me what I can end.
add chairs to the front row here.
I feel plus. Hello, sir. Hello. Please, can you end it?
Thank you very much. Thank you. The photograph is taken.
Please.
We are still in the presence of God, so we have concluded in the presence of God. Let us just officially rise wherever we are and close this very meeting with a national anthem. We'll sing it ourselves. 1, 2, 3, go. Arise, O God.